Few quick things before we start. The mics are live over the internet, so watch what you say. Please don't move the mics or touch them in any way or to push the mute button on them. And Katie has her pink card. So if she's not picking you up and you see her pink card, that's why. Also sign in if you haven't done so already.
When she flashes the card, we're supposed to speak up.
Yeah. So, okay, with that, Mr. Secretary, can you call a roll?
Nick Bettis.
Here.
Karen Bud Fallon.
She's here.
She's here. Okay. David Evans.
Here.
Gerald Geis.
Here.
Dylan Lancaster.
Here.
Sheridan Little.
Here.
Jeanette Seekin.
Here.
Larry Suker.
Here.
Rodney Wagner.
Here.
And I'm here.
All right, thank you. We have a quorum. First item, well, is approval of the agenda. We don't really need to do that since it's already technically approved.
Hold it. I got a question on that. Based on the fact that we had this special meeting for, in my opinion, a kind of a narrow set of items, I guess I'm wondering if we could get an explanation as to why some of these items are on here and why a couple, at least in my mind, are not on here, that it was under my impression that we thought we were going to talk about. And I guess I can elaborate on that a little bit. As I saw the draft online, it said draft, not final. So I guess my first question is, I think we talked about the consideration number 5 of an alternative planning project schedule at our last meeting, and that would be part of this meeting. I think we talked about consideration of allowing alternative design and construction delivery methods. And I think we talked about consideration and approval of repair and maintenance sinking funds for projects. I'm not quite sure where or how the Colorado River Basin MOA application got on there, number 8. And I was under the impression a little bit that as part of, I guess, number 5, that we had some comments on the rules and regulations and operating criteria that we may want to review and also change in order to accomplish number 5. So I guess based on what I've said, I would recommend that we add those items that need to be added and also delete number 8. Now, am I remiss in any way here?
Mr. Chairman, item number 8, the Colorado River Basin MOA, was placed on the agenda at the request of Commissioner Bud Fallon. And it was a follow-up to the June meeting where MOA applications were considered. There were a number of questions asked by Senator Hicks. We wanted to make sure that, in fact, those questions were addressed, and that's why it was placed on the agenda.
And what about the rules and regulations and the operating criteria that we talked about at the last meeting that I thought we may review in order to accomplish 5 and 6 or 7?
So, Mr. Chairman, the review of those public comments, I had always planned to take those to the last meeting in August, and there may have been some misunderstanding on my part that you wanted to have those on this agenda. If you move forward with item number 5, it will require changes in the operating criteria, but those changes are separate from what you have previously considered and what the public comment period entailed. So there'd be two different efforts there. I can tell you that I'm certainly not prepared to discuss those public comments that have been received. And I do want to bring a staff recommendation for all of those to you. And like I said, I had intended to schedule those for the last meeting in August 25th.
I guess I'm okay with that, other than I do think that there may be some discussion regarding the rules and regulations and or the statutes to get in the consideration of a planning project schedule. At least in my mind, there would be. For instance, the considering of an application complete. We don't talk about that right now, and some other things, at least in my mind. I think we talked a little bit about that at the last meeting. But if you want to discuss that at the August meeting, I'm okay with that.
Mr. Chairman, I guess I just need to ask, do you have any sense of what other items are going to be on the August agenda? A lot of times it seems like we have serious issues to discuss, and then we have 85 agenda items, so we can't, I'm being addict there with the 85, but then we don't have time to have a full, robust discussion about some areas that we need a full, robust discussion about.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Seekin, I will tell you that the August agenda, both the work session and the business meeting, is a very full agenda. There's been a number of items that we've been tracking, and I think Commission has said, well, we'd like that on a future work session. And so those have been gathered up, and we do have a full agenda for the August 23 through 25 meeting. And we've got a draft agenda in pretty good shape that we can certainly, we can print copies and provide that to you today if you would like.
Any more questions? Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Budfeld.
if we're going to do rules and criteria, then are we going to do the small water projects at that time as well? Since the comment period just closed on that one?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, that was my intent, that those rules, or excuse me, those comments that we've just received, and there's 6, 7, 8 of those, would be provided to you for discussion purposes at the August 25th meeting.
Mr. Chairman, so we're going to do rules and comments, the operating criteria, and then the small water projects all at a full August meeting? I mean, I don't care when we do them. I just think that's going to
potential for another special meeting, although I know things get busy. We're about ready to enter the application phase with regards to new projects coming forward. So right now they're all scheduled for that agenda.
Questions on the agenda? Okay. With that, we'll move on to audience introductions. We'll start down here with Daniel. Daniel Solish, Attorney General's Office.
Lisa Anselmi Dolan, Senator from Rock Springs, Sweetwater County.
Larry Hicks, Larry Hicks, Senate District 11, Sweetwater, Carbon, and part of Albany County.
Kellen Lancaster, Water Commission. I'm from Afton.
Rod Wagner, Water Development Commission, District 1.
David Evans, Water Development Commission, District 1.
Larry Zucker, Water Development Commission 2.
Gerald Geis, Wyoming Water Development District number 3.
Sheridan Little, Wyoming Water Development Commission, Water Division 2.
Ogden Driscoll, Senate District 1.
Clinton Glick, Wind River, Wyoming Water Development Commission.
Karen Bud Fallon, Wyoming Water Development Commission.
Jeanette Seacon, Wyoming Water Development Commission, Division 3.
Nick Bettis, Wyoming Water Development Commission, District 4.
Glenn Moniz, Senate District 10, Albany County.
Katie Talbot, Water Development Office.
Harry Labonte, Director, Water Development Office.
Jody Green, Water Development Office.
Brian Clerkin, Water Development Office.
Jason Mead, Water Development Office.
Barry Lawrence, Water Development Office. Steve Wolf, State Engineer's Office.
John Nelson, North Fork Engineering.
Paul McCarthy, Saratoga. Greg Kerr, University of Wyoming Office Water Programs.
Keenan Hengden, Water Development Office.
Dale Anderson, Water Development Office. Mike Upchurch from Greeley, Colorado on supporting design build. Design bid build.
Keith Clary, Water Development Office.
Christine Vera, SWCA Environmental Consultants. Cheryl Green, GDA Engineers.
Kevin Boyce, Water Development Office. Bill Brewer, Water Development Office. Wade Replacement, Water Development Office.
Ken Mitchell, Water Development Office.
Dylan Wade, Wade Center.
There's no reason for this to have to be here.
Peter Gale, Water Development Office.
Andrew Lynch, Water Development Office.
Chase Kelly, Water Development Office. Chris Richardson, Water Development
Just
Office.
designed that way.
Jennifer Seaver, Water Development Office. Jody Patrick, Water Development Office.
James Bull, City of Cheyenne, Water Development. Tony Rutherford, Water Development Office.
Andy Odell, Water Development Office.
Dave Meyer, Water Development Office.
Okay, and we have a few members on the phone. If you could identify yourselves.
This is Ron Hunt from Newcastle, Chairman of the Select Water Committee for the Legislature.
Thanks, Hans. Is that all we have on the phone?
Robert McKeon, representing House District 21.
That's everybody. All right. Thank you very much. With that, we will move on to item number 5, consideration of an alternative planning project schedule.
Mr. Chairman, at the June meeting of the Commission and Select Water, Senator Hicks brought a proposal to look at changing the order of our planning projects review and ultimately submittal to the legislature for funding. And in that process, that includes the selection of consultants. So in the intervening time frame, Barry and Jody and the planning team has been working on what that schedule might look like. And so under tab A of your notebooks, you will see 2 schedules, one representing the existing process and one representing, I believe, the process that Senator Hicks proposed, how that might work in real time. So with that, I'll turn it over to Barry Lawrence, who will walk you through both of those schedules.
Great. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission, Select Water. As Harry has indicated, before you are 2 different timelines here. We'll go through the first one. I think it's important to go through our current planning project funding approval and consultant selection timelines. So we'll go through that first, and we can answer any questions you might have. And then we'll move into the proposed timelines that would try to capture what we heard from the previous meeting to look at getting through the entire consultant selection process so that we actually have a hard dollar amount wired into the planning bill going into legislative session. And so that's what we've tried to do. And this is the proposal to do that, to carry that out. So if you look at the current again in tab A, the first timeline you have there before you, it's the current process that we have. When I put this together and with help with staff and so forth, and I looked at this, it's wow, it's quite a process that we have here from start to finish. If you look at it on the left side, obviously your timeline. So when we get new applications to the finishing at the very end there, mid to late June, where we're giving consultant notice to proceed. That's our current timeline, approximately 25 steps. 25 steps to success, basically. 10.5 month timeline to get this done. So walking through it, and I should tell you, if you look at the timeline, everything above the timeline on the top side there reflects things that the commission or the legislature do or establishing criteria. The things at the below the timeline are things, office activities internally to make that happen, to facilitate that. So that's kind of how it's broken out. But if we start off on the left there, you'll see obviously new project applications deadline, August 15th. And that's coming up here very soon. We're about 10 days from that for new applications. After we get those new applications, planning staff gets together We assign projects and so forth to the project managers. They go out and do site visits and meet with the sponsors. And obviously, if you remember our new process, we involve commissioners in that activity. They go out and typically we're assigning 2 commissioners to each of those projects, go out, let you know when those site visits are going to be and so forth, meet with the sponsor, find out the issues, look at the lay of the land, actually look at the project on the ground, what's being proposed. So that happens late August, early September. During that time, obviously, project managers are putting together their applications and so far, their recommendations, excuse me. And we try to get those project recommendations turned around by October 1st so that we have that piece done before we move into the next piece. And the next piece being that the continuation projects that are advancing, that have already been in our program, for instance, a 1 going to a 2 or a 2 going to 3, so forth, we have to have those applications by October 1st. And hopefully we have previous studies leading into that so that that information is available for the project managers to use in their recommendations. But also we need a formal application from the sponsor by October 1. So we want to be wrapped up with our new recommendations for the new projects in-house anyway by October 1. That's kind of the deadline we have, such that we can start dealing with all the continuations. And you can see there, continuation, as I mentioned, deadline of October 1. We get those. Here again, project managers, and typically the project manager that was assigned on the earlier project, the level 1, level 2, leading to the next phase, would be the one to write that recommendation. If it's a case of a level 2 going to level 3, the planning side of the house writes those recommendations in concert with the construction division and puts them together. So they work on those, and typically those need to be due in our office typically 2/3 of the way through October. Near the end of October, we have to have those recommendations together so that we now have all of our new recommendations, all of our continuing recommendations ready to go for that big early joint meeting in Casper in November between the commission and Select Water. And that's where you see the voluminous notebooks with all the sponsors there and all the proposed budget amounts for those projects. That's early November, and pending on decisions made by the commission, shortly thereafter, the omnibus water bills are drafted, both planning and construction, again, right after that big meeting in November. That is drafted. And then we move into, obviously, the legislative session. And relative to when we have our next commission meetings, if you see there, I've tried to denote it so that it would be easy to understand. Obviously, whether it's a long legislative session or a short legislative session, the red, what I've shown in red there would be a long session. The odd year is a long session. So for instance, last year was a long session of the legislature. It was an odd year, 2017. So we actually met, the commission, met earlier, December of 2016. And then obviously the legislature started in January of 17. So we've got to have one more meeting. After that planning bill, construction bill are drafted, then we take that to both commission and Select Water meetings separately to start working those bills. And that having been said, we're either going to do the red set of items there or the blue set of items on those. You'll see if it's a short year coming up like a 2018 session, we're going to do the blue so that the legislative session starts as an even year. 2018 would start in February. So we're going to have a commission and Select Water meeting in January. And that's been typically we do one or the other, not both. While that started, regardless of whether it's a long session or a short session, we've got to start consultant selection. And that's what I showed below the line there. Early January, pretty methodical, like clockwork. Katie puts those advertisements together, gets them out. They're advertised for a number of weeks, Casper Star and so forth, and all the other various ways that we have getting that information out to our consultants and so forth. That begins in early January. At the same time, our project managers are busy developing RFPs, developing those scopes and the RFPs that are going to go out. So consultants are submitting their information, their standard SF-254s, 255s. As I said, the solicitation begins in January, and then we usually have to have those in the office by early February. We have to have all that information in to the office by early February from the consultants, and we have a hard and fast date, and we're very adamant about that date. We don't change that. No allowances for, if it comes in late, it's just not accepted. So we are then, while the legislative session is going on, we're now, we're starting the consultant selection process. Hopefully you see it's a parallel track. Moving on into February then, we have the project managers will go through all that information that has come in from the consultants, the 254s, 255s, information about the firms and the projects, so forth. And they will shortlist down to, 5 firms to be shortlisted that eventually, theoretically, based on how this goes, and we do look at residency, and we can get into that if we need to and so forth. But that having been said, that is shortlisted down to about mid-February. We have a list put together, shortlisted consultants. And then all that comes together in March, where we have the big commission meeting in March, where we discuss the short list, we discuss the RFPs that have been developed, and that has to happen in early March. And typically that coincides with the end of session. And immediately after that meeting, and I mean immediately, if that meeting's on a Friday, then the following Monday, those RFPs go out to those consultants. So it's usually early March, those go out right away. The consultants then have about a month to put together their proposals. During that month, and that's month of March, we are typically, our project managers go out, and here again, we let the commissioners know about these. We're doing pre-proposal tours for the consultants to make them learn it on the projects, so they can get out there in the ground and look at those projects, so forth. And we typically offer those mid-March. The consultants are busy putting together proposals. Those proposals then are due typically in our office around April 1. So they've had about a month to put those proposals together. And here again, and nothing gathers dust in our office, because the minute we get those, the next day after that deadline, and we've got those proposals, and it is a hard deadline. I'll tell you, we've had firms submit late and we've rejected them. Have to do that. Can't make allowances. So those proposals come in, and they're rebundled. Folks here do a great job of doing that and getting them out to all the selection teams that have been assigned to those various projects, and we get those out to you so that you can review those. We ask you then to turn those around in a fairly short order to get rankings on those projects, 1 to 5, typically, if we have 5 projects, 5 proposals for that project. And that typically mid-April, we need to have those rankings back in our office because that all feeds into, as we're taking in everybody's rankings, it's quite a process to come up with the 3 firms that are going to be given interviews. Those consultants are notified. The lowest, it's like a golf score, the lowest 3 scores win, get interviews. And typically we hold those interviews, as you know, first week of May here in our building here. We get the logistics to do that. It's a big effort, obviously, as you know, first week of May. And then at the end of that week, that is where the commission then makes motions relative to all what they've heard from all those selection teams, the recommendations, instructing the director to begin negotiations in this order of firms, 1, 2, 3, and so forth. We do that early May. While that's happening, after that's happened, then basically then contract negotiations take place during the month of May. And then leading up to the big meeting in June, which is joint with Select Water, where we actually, early June, where we actually do the contract approval. And so that's the process to get through. Notice to proceed, typically issued mid to late June. And that here again, I must mention, and there's an asterisk by that June meeting, and notice there's an asterisk, and that is assuming that the planning bill is effective upon date of signature. I know that's been a topic of discussion and so forth, and we can certainly have that discussion, but right now, like this last year, it was effective upon signature, governor's signature, and so we were in a position, we approved those contracts, the commission, Select Water, approved those contracts in June, and most of the consultants were given notice to proceed mid to late June through our process and working with A&I and so forth to get that done. So in total, we're looking at a 10.5-month process from start to finish, and that's the process that we've been using currently. Are there questions about the current process?
A few. When people are applying for these planning funding, do we go out and solicit different people, or does all that just flow in and then we only take so many, or how does that work?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Bettis, no, this is a sponsor-driven program. And so other than obviously we're doing education outreach, letting folks know about our program, encouraging them that if they have water issues and so forth, they want to come to us, we certainly do that. But having them actually, prompting them to submit an application, typically not. I mean, typically it's a sponsor-driven program. They have an issue, they come to us, we accept those, and of course then we start the vetting process to make sure they're complete, that they have their resolution, they have their map and everything, all the pieces, parts that we require. So sometimes projects fall out in that process while we're doing the vetting.
Next question is, I've reviewed a number of these applications when I'm reviewing my consultant things, and I've noticed that I guess in my opinion, some of those applications are incomplete. In other words, they haven't filled out certain blanks that are on there, or they said they were going to provide additional information at a later date and they haven't. I guess I'm of the opinion that we need to make sure that those applications are complete. And if we need to revise that application and either ask for less things or be more specific about the things we ask, I think we ought to have a reason why we're asking for that information. But I do think that we need to make a determination that the application is complete and they filled all that stuff out. And if they haven't, they can wait till the next funding cycle. My next question is the site visits. How many of those site visits actually get completed? Do you have any idea?
Mr. Chairman, a good example. Last year we had 23 planning projects going forward, and it's my understanding the majority of those projects did have site visits. We strongly encourage project managers to do those site visits. Obviously, sometimes it doesn't make sense to do it depending on the nature of the project, but we like to encourage that. Also, from the sponsor perspective, instead of getting hit by 5 different consultants, they deal with it once. They go out, they look at the issues, the consultants will ask their questions and so forth. And also, you're pretty assured then that all consultants are getting the same answers to the questions. They're all hearing the same thing. So you're not getting, separate meetings and people hearing different things and so forth, or information being provided that one consultant got that another. We're very careful about that, that if our project managers provide something to one consultant, they've got to provide it to all those consultants in the hunt. So that's very important. So we strongly encourage that happen.
When you said majority, about what number, what percentage is that?
Mr. Chairman, let me clarify. Which site meetings or visits?
I'm talking about this initial site visits.
August
under
through
the current
September.
thing that are done in August through September.
So are consultants going then, or is it just the?
Oh, I was misunderstood.
I'm sorry. I should have clarified myself.
You're talking about early on.
Yeah.
Typically.
In other words, when we get the applications,
Right.
our staff people and or commission members sometimes get invited to do these site visits. How many of those are completed?
On that particular case, usually when they're getting up to speed on a project, it's required. They go out there and do that. I thought you were referring to later on the process with consultants.
No, I got a question about that.
Okay.
That other one will be later on. So when they make that site visit, I guess in a number of times that I guess I've run into this in reviewing the projects that we've reviewed for who we're going to select as consultants. It seems that, at least in my opinion, we have overlooked the fact of whether we need to do an area plan or a master plan or bring in more communities or not communities, but entities. And I think that's come up a number of times, at least since I've been on the commission. I think we need to make a determination that we either need to do an area or a general plan thing. In other words, we've got, and maybe we're going to talk about this a little bit later, I hope, this cookie cutter $100,000 thing where we're going to do a level 1 study. And we've got 5 different entities that are all packed next to each other, and somebody decides to do a level 1 study. I think we need to say, hold it. Let's examine these other entities to see if we can accomplish the same thing for less money and at least give the taxpayer the benefit of getting a bigger bang for his dollar. I don't quite know how you do that, but I do think that at least as I took a quick look at your proposed schedule, there may be an opportunity for you guys to make a determination as to whether that's happened and or whether or not it has any merit or not. The last question I have is on the pre-proposal tours. I may be remiss here a little bit, but I'm not sure I've ever been made aware of a pre-proposal tour. I know I've been invited to the site visits. I'm not quite sure about these pre-proposal tours. And I may have, but may have not. So exactly refresh my mind as to what exactly that does.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission.
Real quick, Barry.
Yeah.
Hans, can you mute your phone real quick, or Senator McKim?
Yeah, just 1 second. My apologies.
Yeah. Go ahead, Barry.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Bettis, yes, those pre-proposal site visits, they're not always held. It kind of depends on the sponsor. Sometimes the sponsor doesn't want to hold them. Sometimes they'd rather just meet individually consultants. But we strongly encourage our project managers where possible and the sponsors willing to have site visit, pre-proposal site visit. Obviously, on the front end, we've done the application site visit, okay? But then when we get to pre-proposals and the consultants are involved, we're going back out to look at what, we've already seen several months earlier, okay? We're going back out, but this time with the consultants. And like I said, we typically, a lot of our project managers will have a meeting. They'll start out in a conference room or something. They'll go through kind of the scope, walk the consultants through the scope and so forth, and then go out and look on the project. And that's typical. And majority of the projects we do, those pre-proposal visits, and they're quite worthwhile. I think the consultants will tell you they're quite worthwhile to get more information about the project. Now, the only thing on the flip side I will tell you is the one thing we have found that's a negative to that whole thing is obviously consultants are afraid to ask a question in front of other consultants that might tip their hand. And so I've had that happen too, where sometimes they're not as forthcoming with questions they might otherwise ask the sponsor because their competitors are along for the tour. But
I guess my other question would be into weather problems there.
Wyoming and springtime, yes.
Yeah.
Commissioner Evans.
Before you go on with your presentation, can you remind me in 25 words or less why we're considering this schedule change?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission, Select Water, we were asked by Senator Hicks and some other members of the Commission to look at this. The idea being if we could get all the way through consultant selection phase and know our consultant, know what the dollar amount is, okay, we hardwire that into the planning bill as opposed to staff setting a budget based on our years of experience. The idea being that what the market will bear. In other words, that would potentially save the state dollars by doing that rather than the staff setting a budget where a consultant might come right up to that, right up to 99 cents to that, right up to that budget amount, what the market would bear. In other words, kind of a bidding process that obviously that's only one thing that we consider cost, but the thought being that if we do this ahead of time, we know what the exact dollar amount is and we hardwire that into the planning bill, and that theoretically the thought being that the state could save money in this way, in manner, as opposed to the staff setting budgets ahead of time.
Any more questions on the schedule before we get into the new proposed one? Okay, go ahead, Barry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Okay, the second timeline that you see is the proposed. Obviously, we had to work backwards to make this happen and figure out exactly what's going to need to happen. What we're looking at here is a 13-month timeline. So we're basically adding 2.5 months to the proposed, to the timeline that we already have. We are basically shifting, and you'll see kind of, if you look at the chart just at a glance, 100,000-foot view, you see all these activities that are now ahead of the legislative session, that before a lot of those were taking place during the legislative session. So all those things below the line, a lot of them are now before the legislative session. To make this happen and get everything done that we need to get done so we can be in a position of having that consultant, we know who we're going to hire and we know what the dollar amount is, we basically have to slide up the timeline 5 months, okay? And so we are looking at moving it from August 15th. We're now looking at a March 1 submission for applications. And one thing I will mention here as we get into this, stop thinking about new and continuation. What you need to start thinking about with this new proposal is level 1, level 2, level 3, okay? And I'll get into this and explain. But new, I did it myself, not new, but level 1 and 2 projects would have an application deadline of March 1 on the left-hand side there. We'll then be doing site visits, which we just talked about. We just had it with Commissioner Bettis. We're then doing site visits mid-March to early April. And ironically, that with the old schedule was when we were doing the pre-proposal tours. So we're still out in the field in March this time, but we're now doing our site visits with staff and the sponsor at this time instead of doing consultant pre-proposal tours at that time. So mid-March, early April, we'd be out there doing those site visits with the sponsors. Then moving forward, we'd have a little more time putting those project recommendations together, vetting them and so forth. But by late April in the office, we'd have to have those recommendations together. And we would then be looking at a commission meeting with preliminary recommendations mid-May. Okay. And to that end, instead of, remember, May, typically we're doing interview selection. We're doing interview week. We would not be doing interview week. We would be doing this mid-May meeting where you're considering, much like you do in November, you're considering the recommendations, those projects, and so forth, that you might want to have go forward. We wouldn't have a budget associated with those. Okay, there'd be a recommendation sheet. Here's the project and so forth. It'd be up to the commission to decide what they wanted to go forward with. From that, obviously, then we would begin project solicitation early June. So before we were doing it in January, we're now doing it in June. We would start with the advertisements like Katie does and so forth, and Casper Star, and through our normal network out email to the consultants and so forth. And it's just going to mimic the process, only in a different different timeline. We then develop the RFPs in-house. That'll be going on in June. And while, as you mentioned, we're looking for the consultants to submit statements of interest, statements of qualification. And so those would have to be in our office by July 1. Okay, so the consultants would have to be, this is a totally different timeline for them, obviously, submitting that information, getting it to us July 1. Our staff then would vet all that, go through all that information that we received. We would then have to have internally anyway, our short list put together July 15th. We would then move into August, where we'd probably actually move up we're proposing to move up the August meeting a little bit. So our August meeting would kind of be like our old March meeting. And to give you an idea, so that we would be discussing RFPs, the short list and so forth. And then after we got out of that, August 1, August 2 meeting, whatever, right afterwards, again, RFPs would go out to the consultants. Immediately go out following Monday. And then, so we'd be looking at doing pre-proposal tours in August instead of site visits. We're doing pre-proposal tours. So still out in the field, but this time we'd be with consultants in August. And we would need those proposals by those consultants right at the 1st of September, early September. We'd have to have those proposals in. That also then, if you notice, that September 1 is being proposed as our application deadline for level 3 projects, moving that up a month. Remember, before we were talking new projects, continuations. We're now just don't even think about new and continuation. We're just talking 1s, 2s, and 3s. 1s and 2s, because we're doing consultant selection on those, we have to start 5 months earlier, okay? So that's why that would be March 1. But 3s, since they would be going, and we wouldn't be doing consultant selection on those, we're talking about up a month to September 1, okay? That would be when the application deadline, so that would be the application deadline for level 3 projects. Proposals would also come in for the level 1 and 2 at that time, and then again we'd send those right out to the selection teams in the month of September, early September. Now, one thing I will tell you, rankings, and we push rankings due, because one of the things we have heard is folks want more time to review proposals, and I certainly understand that, so we pushed that back 10 days. So we're now, instead of a week and a half, you're all going to have almost about 3 weeks to review those proposals and get the rankings in. I think that's going to help a lot of folks. So we're looking at late September to have those rankings in, about September 23rd, somewhere in there. And then, of course, that's all ramping up. We'd let the consultants know. We'd aggregate all that, figure out who's going to get interviews. And instead of doing interviews in May like we've done in the past, we are now going to establish a new commission meeting. That's the only way we can do this, establish a new commission meeting, which would be in October. And you'll see there in green on your timeline, we're proposing a new commission meeting, which would be probably mid-October, somewhere in there, early to mid-October. We'd have a week of interviews. So we wouldn't be doing the interviews in May, we'd be doing them in October. And then right at the end of that week, again, the commission then would, make motions, begin negotiations, firm 1, 2, 3, and so forth. So you've gone through interviews. And so mid-October, you would have indicated which consultant you would want to hire, go forward with. The project managers then would begin fee negotiations, start negotiating with those consultants, taking forward everything they heard in the interviews and so forth, getting those dollars and cents, figuring out what those projects are going to be. And obviously now, when we get together in November, this is kind of where we get into the old timeline. We get together in November, that meeting doesn't change, the big joint meeting, but those recommendation sheets then would now have instead of a proposed budget by the staff, you're going to have, here's the firm It's firm XYZ and it's going to be $182,000. Okay, you're going to have that, whatever was worked out through the interviews and whatever and what they submitted and so forth. So that will come into, for the level 1s and 2s, you'd actually have a hardwired amount on that recommendation sheet that you could consider. And you'd also have on there what firm.
Let me
Go ahead.
interject, Mr. Chairman. So going forward then to the November meeting, that would be, again, the first time that the commission then will start to look at the funding available versus project applications that you have. As Barry's explained, we have then a hard fee from the consultant on all the planning projects. For the level 3 projects, for the applications that came in September, we would have those budgets developed, and that's the point where those 3 levels of project development come together, and the commission will then be asked to look at available funds. So if there is not available funds for all of those projects, there could potentially be some projects that drop out. Could be level 3s, could be level 1s or 2s, but that's where the project funding enters the process in your decision making. And then, of course, from the November bill, or excuse me, the November meeting, those recommendations that you make for projects moving forward then form the omnibus planning bill and the omnibus construction bill.
Mr. Seekin.
I'm sorry, I'm a little slow on this. So it seems like what this change does sort of overall is, instead of having besides several other things that I have questions on, but overall, right now, we get an application in, we vet the project, the commission, the staff commission select water. We choose these projects, which becomes part of the omnibus water bill. With this change, we're picking the projects, hiring or for bid, having consultants bid the project, spend all this time, money, so forth, and then it comes to us to say yay or nay, whether that project, that all of that has been done, is even going to be put forward to select water and the legislature for funding?
Mr. Chairman, that is correct. The November meeting is that first cut of what the water development program bills will look like. And so, and again, and I think what has been touched on is the difference between the 2 programs, or the 2 schedules, is that in the current schedule, it is staff that establishes the budget for the project. We look at it, we say that master plan should cost about $100,000. That's what goes into the budget. That's what goes into the omnibus bills. With the new proposed process, then it is the actual consultant's cost proposal that becomes the basis for the planning bill budget. Staff would not be part of that developing the budget. It would be the hard cost proposal from the consultant. And that's been one of the criticisms, that consultants provide cost proposals right up to the established budget or appropriation. Here, that appropriation will be established by the selected consultant.
Harry, with this new proposal, won't have a mark to look at to set their bids on. They have to figure out their own bids and what they're going to do, and then they'll be the ones that'll be setting the basic of what the project's going to cost.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Geist, that is correct.
They're setting the amount for the omnibus bill or whatever. It seems like we don't have no control over, like we won't have no engineer's estimate. And I'm not too sure if that's a good deal or not there. I think I'd rather have an engineer's estimate on a project and letting the consultants put in a bid and
Commissioner
be set by that.
Commissioner Button.
But Mr. Chairman, though, wouldn't it, I mean, you're still going to be working with the engineers on the staff. So it's not like the engineers on the staff aren't going to be able to go to the commission and say, look, commissioners, on my selection committee, this guy has lost his mind because he can't do the project for whatever he thinks. I mean, but what we're not doing is publishing the amount to the engineers. We're still going to get recommendations from the wonderful water development staff members that are going to say, commissioners, this is what I think it's going to cost. They're just not going to go tell all the consultants what they think it's going to cost. So we're not, I mean, I don't see that we're losing anything for information to the commissioners because these staff guys are still going to be totally involved in the whole process.
Harry?
Mr. Chairman, 2 points to that issue. When you select consultants, we are selecting those based on qualifications, and cost is a consideration. So when you get to interview time, 3 consultants, they will have all submitted cost proposals. So if you feel that, and the selection committees will have access to that. So if you feel one of the cost proposals is too high, that is a consideration. You can go with firm number 2 that may have a lower cost proposal in terms of trying to optimize that cost. The difficulty with, if you're asking staff to prepare their estimate, an engineer's estimate of what this project is worth, the difficulty we have is that in conveying that to the commission, that is public information. And so I'm not sure how we convey that to you without the consultants becoming aware of what that is. Now, we've had some discussion internally that we can have staff prepare what, in their mind, what an appropriate budget is, keep that confidential, but as soon as we start conveying information to you, via the notebooks or how we run the risk of it becoming public information. And it's my understanding that that's what we were trying to avoid.
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Bud Fallon?
But I'm not thinking that your staff has to go, and I'd actually really like to hear staff's position on this. I'm not thinking that they need to go through and prepare a formal budget. But in the interview process, we do the interviews, they're all taped, then we turn the tape off. And our discussion among ourselves on which firm gets selected and which firm doesn't, that's not public record. And I don't understand why I can't ask Peter Gill, what do you think about these costs? I mean, he's worked through the process. He's going to have some idea, not formal, lots of paper, lots of work. I just want to say, so what do you think? Or Jody or any, whoever happens to be on the staff deal, you can just say, what do you think? Kellum's going to know. He's bid out these projects. He's going to have a really good idea his own self about what's right and what's not. So I believe that these consultants bid to the level given to them by the legislature. I mean, I think we have to change this system. And whether it's exactly what Barry's proposed or we need to tweak it here and there, I don't know. But I think it is silly that we are giving these people a budget, and the only person I know that's ever bid way below the budget is Y2 Consultants last year, and it's only because they'd worked on the project before, so they had a whole bunch of information in front of them anyway. But otherwise, these guys, consultants, you can tell me that I'm wrong, but I'm not going to believe you. They are bidding to the budget, and I think we got to switch that model.
Harry.
So Mr. Chairman, just to differentiate, if it is the commission that wants an established budget from the project manager and we're presenting it to the full commission, I'm thinking that is difficult to protect from the public or a public inquiry. If you're looking for an opinion from a project manager in the interview session, I agree with you. That is a private discussion. Project manager is available to provide an opinion. I think all these prices are high. I think this consultant is too high. I mean, that's part of the deliberation process. So I think you can have those discussions. But in terms of presentation of formal recommended budgets by staff, it's going to be difficult to protect that. So I think your process, Commissioner Bud Fallon, can work in that discussion during the interview session or
That's what my thought was.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree, I guess, with both of you. But how does the highway department do it? I mean, they have to be putting together a bid to repair a road, and they're going to get a cost that they're going to determine that the projects that they bid come in on. How do they proceed?
Mr. Chairman, we're not talking about construction projects here. We're talking about planning studies. So reconnaissance studies or feasibility studies.
Well, what's the difference? I mean, I understand what the content of the thing is, but they're both projects. I guess
they're, Mr. Chairman, they're projects, but in your question, what does WIDA do, or when they're asking a bid for roads, that's a construction project. And that bid that budget has been previously established. There's an engineer's estimate, but there you have competitive bidding, and that is the basis for selection in the design, bid, construct, and that's the next agenda item that we're going to talk about. But for planning studies, as indicated in the statutes, you must look at all kinds of criteria. Contractor's qualification, personnel qualifications, amount of work previously awarded, all of those things, and cost is a consideration. So you're in essence asking, or you're selecting on qualifications and cost. But that's different than a bid. This is not a bidding process.
Senator Hicks.
Chairman, let's see if I can help with this discussion. So there's really two fundamental processes that we're talking about here. One is we're talking about for the purpose of an engineer's estimate, or in this case, a stats estimate. That's all it is an estimate. But we haven't appropriated any money. So it's still going to be a competitive bid. Even if you disclose the staff's estimate, there's no appropriated money. So you're going to get a much broader range of bids based on the RFP that you put out, what that request of proposals is. It can be competitive, and in the real world, those will vary probably in the nature of 50% from the high to the low. That's the way it works. We do this all the time. We have an engineer, he puts an estimate out. People can come and say, what's the engineer's estimate? We just bid numerous small water projects, some NRCS farm bill contracts. Some of them come in way below the engineer's estimate, and some of them are way over. But they all knew what we printed what the engineer's estimate was. The fundamental difference that we're talking about here is there's been no money appropriated. You're competing for that dollars that is going to be appropriated. That's what we're talking about changing here. What we currently do now is we go out and we say, we're going to spend this amount of money. We appropriate the money. It's there and available. That in itself discourages people to have that range of that 50% range of bid. And what you tend to see 90% of the time, those bids are clustered because they know what you're going to spend. That's bidding to what the budget is versus a competitive free market based on the project. This is what we're talking about doing. And I think we need to understand that process. I don't have any problem with the staff disclosing what their estimate is. You're going to have a lot broader range based on somebody's estimate than what you've already appropriated. But that's what we're changing here. And it may be subtle, but it will be substantial. It has the potential to be substantial savings to the program. So the other side of this is from you guys on the commission and your recommendations to the select water. Right now, you have an estimate. You're asking for an appropriation in the water bill saying, based on the staff's recommendation, we're going to appropriate X. Most of the time, because we've already appropriated all the time, without a few exceptions, those come in just a little bit lower than that appropriation. Real world scenario where you may have that 50% range of variability, you may have substantial more money once you know what these projects come in as. So instead of coming in at 5% less than what we've appropriated, it may be 15 or 20% less, which gives you the ability to then fund more projects to get more work done on the ground than overestimating. The bids come in 5% lower than what we've appropriated. And so it will actually probably long-term and even short-term afford the commission to probably reach down further and fund more projects, because you know exactly what your budget is and how much money you have available to stick into the omnibus planning bill. So that's what we're looking at here. I'll just tell you, in the real world, these bids don't come in clustered like we currently see right now. I'll bet we can go back and do an analysis, and it'll tell you that probably 90% of the planning projects that come in, the bids are within 10% of each other. 5 years I've done construction work, I've never seen that other than in this program. So the whole concept, and again, just a little background here. This wasn't something that I personally brought. This was a topic that was assigned by Management Council, the legislator, to the Select Water Committee, as looking at certain reforms. If you remember, in the last legislative session in the planning bill, the legislature stripped out almost half of the cost because of this issue of appropriating money without an actual concrete bid. So one of the reforms that we were asked is through the Management Council was look at alternative processes to the way we're currently doing business. I'm just the messenger, but that came from the Management Council of the legislature. So just a clarification on it. But that's what we're really talking about. I hope that clarifies, the difference between whether we have an estimate or we don't have an estimate. It's the appropriation versus the non-appropriation that makes the big difference in that whole equation.
This is the way you're doing is the way the YDOT do their bids and stuff. Right. The engineers say this is about what it probably will cost, but there's no money appropriated.
They don't appropriate
until after we open the bids and we select whoever the person is. Then we take that money, and that's what goes into the omnibus water bill. So this is a good plan.
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Seegan.
And I agree, and I think the commission's been talking about this concern for as long as I've been on the commission. But in conjunction with this, the final end of the process of putting together, having the projects identified and bid on, and having a real number going to the legislature for approval. I also have a problem at the front end, or not a problem, concern at the front end. And Harry, I'm going to use a discussion you and I had on the phone recently. And I think many commissioners, since I've been on here, and I've known a couple of commissioners who were on and are no longer on, had the same concern about projects that are sort of lumped as the same kind of project. Level 1 master plans or level 1 studies or watershed studies. We have to be able to identify what the need of the sponsor is. And we can't just go in and say, you want a level 1 study, we're going to do 10 tasks. When they don't need 10 tasks, they need 3 tasks because we know what their issue is. So at the front end of the planning process, when an application comes in, I think we need to better identify what the need of the sponsor is. Sometimes they're more sophisticated than others. And some just need help. And by the new project site visits, if their application isn't complete, if we need to ask questions, we need to identify what the need is, so that when we do the RFP and figure out the scope of the project, we're not just putting out the same 10 items for $150,000. We can do 3 items for $25,000. I think we have to do both of these in order for us to have a more effective so that we can do more projects. I'd rather do a 3-task master plan for the town of Manderson then a 15-task plan from Anderson that they don't need, and be able to do 3 other master plans for 8 groups that need them. So, you know, and I look at this and I see that we need more time at the front end to make sure that we're identifying what the needs are. And, you know, your staff, you've got a good staff, and, you know, they can help the sponsor. I think that's what we're here with. The less sophisticated sponsors, they might need some help to really identify what they're coming to the state for. And so we need both of these, the front end and the back end, fixed. You know, so
Senator Meyer.
Yeah, so I wanted to kind of understand what you're saying. You kind of think that we should customize the plans based on the apparent need of the sponsor.
Yes.
And that's the time needs to be spent on that customization, not necessarily expanding the whole time period of the process,
Correct.
but customizing that part of it.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Because I think then we get a project that they really need. I'll use the examples. Jerry and I went to Manderson at the draft. You know, they were doing the draft master plan, and forgive me, they had 8 or 10 tasks for the master plan, which is fine, but they have a problem with the water tank. They don't have they know where they're getting the water. They know who's providing the water. They know they're going to have problems in the near future with their tank. And we spent $100,000 on a master plan. I'm sorry. You know, I don't think that we need to be spending $100,000 on a master plan when we know what the issue is, and they need help with that issue.
And I think this is a good start. And I think what Jeanette said is very, very helpful as to what we could start moving away from the speed of government more or less to the speed of business.
Right.
And when I define the speed of business, when I want to put a pipeline in, you know, I'll see how everything worked that summer, and I'll say, well, I need to put a pipeline in here. So in October, I'll call up the people that I know are the suppliers. I'll ask them, well, this is the size I think it is. Is it the right size? How much are you going to charge me? What's going to be the installation? What type of pump cans and stuff are we going to need? And I don't wait for a year to plan it, and then another year to do another study. And then in the 3rd year, I put the pipeline in. You know, the pipeline is put in before the crop year. It's in the ground, ready to run, hopefully by the 15th of March or the 1st of April. And so I'm going from October 1 to March 15th. And when you have a water tank like that, you know, if we knew the problem was a water tank on October of last year, that water tank, we got to get the process down on those type of things to where that water tank next spring, when the frost is out of the ground in your construction season, you're breaking ground and you're running and you're rolling with it. And all the way through the appropriation process, when the legislature runs, the money's in Harry's hand, he gets it out to the construction people. All those things have already been done. That's when you're moving it to the speed of business rather than the speed of government.
Right, Mr. Chairman, and I think in order to get the legislature, I think we should do something where we don't just publish the money ahead of time either. I think that's insane. But so that when you get a project at the legislative level and we know that it's going to cost this, not only do you know it's going to cost that, you know it's the project and we're addressing the need that somebody has. And we're not doing 25 other things that isn't necessary, that you know that you're spending the money or you're appropriating the money for what's needed.
So I'm a greenhorn, but I'm absorbing this pretty well. But you help me if I'm not. Who's going to customize the plan? Who's going to narrow it down so that so the engineering companies know what to be?
I think it's between our sponsor and our staff. Right. I think that's where there has to be sometimes the sponsors come in and know exactly what they need. They're sophisticated. They, you know, City of Cheyenne, blah, blah, you know, they know exactly what they need. Some other areas, small communities are sort of floundering. They need some help. And that's what we're here. That's what we have a professional staff to help them, and to make sure their application identifies what they need. And sometimes they need to talk it out. Sometimes they need to, after they think they need something here, but come to find out, they might need something really over here. So I think it's a collaborative effort.
Senator Hicks.
Mr. Chairman, and just my observation of working with the program for 25 years, the appropriate time to do that is not necessarily in the application, but to get to that issue of specifically what you need and make sure that we're cost effective in delivering to those sponsors. Remember, this program is about the sponsors. It's not about government plans or speed of government, as Senator Mike. It's about getting projects on the ground for those sponsors. The appropriate time to do this, and what will really make this work and become efficient, is those RFPs, because that's going to drive the cost, and it's going to drive the time frame of what time these planning things get done. So it gets to your issue, Commissioner. At that point in time, what we have to do is, as you guys need to do as a commission, is basically set the direction to say this is what we would like the office to do, is provide that, to get specific in those RFPs. And quite frankly, if we go through that process and we refine those and with more detail, which is going to be a little more work at the sponsors level, but that's where we can gain that efficiency, not in the application. It's when you put that request for proposals out that it absolutely becomes imperative to specify what you are asking for a bid on.
Right, but what I was saying was an application comes in, and sometimes, a lot of times it's incomplete. A lot of times when I believe the staff talks to the sponsor, what's on the application and in the discussions, they don't necessarily match. So there needs to be some understanding so that when the RFP is written, it's written based on what the need is, after some discussion, collaboration, and clarifying of the project. So yes, absolutely. The RFP has to be the place where it's identified, but after some collaboration and discussion and really identifying what the project is.
And I think you've accurately portrayed, especially, sophisticated. We've got the Cheyenne Board of Public Utilities here. I don't think that it's going to require a lot of staff time, but versus a Manderson or a Cali, Wyoming, or a small
absolutely
irrigation district.
Absolutely. Some are a lot more sophisticated than others.
So, but again, I think that can be accomplished through the RFPs.
Chairman, I think Jeanette's totally on. I think we also have one other issue here one is the water tank that you're talking, and we're forcing them into doing a whole bunch of other stuff to get to the water tank fix. And I think we got to quit doing that when we have specific projects that someone comes, and I've dealt with this firsthand. You need to deal with a specific project, let them be specific to that RFP and do it rather than tell them study your whole water system for the town, which is what we've done in the past. And that adds a lot of time. It adds a lot of staff time.
It adds a lot of money.
And I think it's a little bit of a departure from what we've done, but I think it's a great one. My other comment is, and it goes back to RFP, this second improvement we got sheet here isn't a restructure of the program. This is adding pieces into a structure that's already there. And I think we're really heading down a path where you really need to totally ground up reconsider how you're doing these applications and how they work. Because I 100% agree with the RFP. Shove that piece back, not the engineering piece, but that early planning piece to fine it up. Put that back on the sponsors. Tell us what you want. Right now, we're telling them, our staff is telling them what they think they need. They know for the most case, it's back to Kurt. He knows what water line he wants to build. He doesn't need to look at another pasture or another thing. So I think we really should take more time overall and look at an overall restructure of how we go about doing this to streamline it. And I look back at another agency to talk about how things can do, and it's a black and white difference to here. You look at the process the Wildlife Trust Fund use, they go from application to on the ground quite rapidly. And I realize there's a different scope to their projects, but they've got a methodology that's very efficient compared to what we've got here. And we're really spending a lot of staff time and a lot of time paying for engineering for stuff that never gets used. This whole room back here is full of studies we've done that nothing's enacted out of them. And I have a hard time with that. So I really do think that we can do some reform short term, but long term, we really ought to look at how can we get the most project on the ground as efficiently as we can and spread this dollars into projects, not into paper in a room next door.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Meyer first.
Yeah, real quick, I guess, and that, you know, I think the reasons why we have such comprehensive studies is that sometimes if you know what you need, but you miss what sometimes there's something that's obvious to somebody doing the study that's not obvious to the city engineer or whoever's running the show. But I think a lot of that can be, you know, generated by just some conversation and a watchful eye of the contractor while they're working on the project, looking at other parts of the water thing. And I think that's a good contractor, I think, would probably start doing that if you don't have the comprehensive planning that we have, because they'd say, well, you know, we put this water tank in, but what we notice is that, you know, you need a couple of other things over here that you might want to consider doing pretty quick, you know. And so if somebody's in the business of contracting and putting in water systems, you know, to me, I think they could do a lot of that, pointing out the deficiencies in systems without us having to pay for the study in that process when they're on the job and they're looking at things. So, you know, I think that we might lose a little bit of the things that maybe we should have been doing at the same time, because there could be some cost benefits by doing, you know, more things at the same time when the water system is down, you know, some conveniences. But I think that necessarily we're going to have to change the way we're doing business. I think this is a good start. And we got some good conversations, I think, to have with Harry and the contractors and the engineers about, you know, how we can move this a little bit quicker and have a more efficient system.
Mr. Chairman.
Karen Budfound.
I think we can all cite examples of where we're doing way more studying than getting stuff on the ground. But I really don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater.
No.
I think there are some cases where we need the whole level 1 study.
Yes.
Right now we're doing them on everything. I think that's wrong. But there are cases where you got somebody coming in and they say, we don't have any idea what we've got. We may have problems with this system. We may have problems with this system. And so I don't want to get rid of doing all these studies altogether, because I think there's cases where we need to. So I think that we need to tweak the process. I'm agreeing with Jeanette. I think we need much more upfront development of the RFPs. And in some cases, those RFPs are going to be a level 1 study. In some cases, they're going to be able to look at it and they're going to be able to say, you just need your tank fixed, or whatever the deal is. And so I think what we need, I think last year it was, and I complimented the staff guys that did that changes to the, what was it, level 1 studies, help me out.
Watershed studies?
No, what did you work so hard on?
Up in Star Valley?
No.
Watershed studies?
They did a whole new scope of work.
Watershed.
Did you get that?
For waters,
No.
yeah.
Watershed.
Thank you.
The watershed studies.
My brain is total mush. I think that we need to go through that and end up with a much more refined sort of scope of work. And then you gotta really sit down and tailor it to who you're talking about. Jody has got that watershed study with that. What's just the watershed study that I was on the commission with? Beaver Creek. Those poor people didn't know what they wanted or what they needed. I mean, Jody spent a ton of time with that sponsor trying to help her figure out what it is she needed and what it is she used. I think that kind of stuff needs to be much more and not just the cookie cutter approach, because that poor lady had no idea. Whereas some of the other sponsors really do have a clue what they want, what they need. And so I think what we need to do is come up, whether it's this timeline or something else, I think we need to build more time into the process to really come up with detailed RFPs. And it could be the whole level 1 study, because we know there's a problem. We don't know what it is. It could be a 2-task RFP. And if Harry is correct that this is truly sponsor driven, we need to be much more responsive to the sponsors about what they need rather than what we're going to give them, even if that's not what they want.
And, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Harry first here.
So-
Sorry.
Mr. Chairman, I agree with sponsor-driven, sponsor-focused. We should customize the RFPs, but, and I've heard this, so we want to involve our staff in the development of the project, in the development of the RFPs, because the sponsor doesn't always have the picture of the whole, or the whole picture. And I think from a planning perspective, it's important that as you move forward with your program, you have a whole picture. And let me give you a couple of examples. So if you go to the tank project and a small community that, you know, the guy has turned on the pump and it's filled the tank with water all that time. Well, now the tank has problems. Okay, we can identify that. But what planning will tell you is, well, wait a minute, maybe we have an area over here in town that has low pressure. Well, why is that? So if you replace that same tank at that same elevation, that pressure problem will not go away. If we had increased the tank or elevated that, you may solve that low pressure problem. That's where planning, I think, comes into play. The second example I will use that is generally very unpopular with the sponsors is we want to look at a regional approach. Commissioner Bettis is concerned. That's generally something that I think the commission, if it is appropriate, should insist that this study is going to include that aspect of it. And that all comes from meeting with the sponsor, reviewing their application, understanding what they want. But I think as long as staff is involved in developing that RFP, then we bring forward a product that answers questions that I think the commission should have as well. So I'm in full agreement
Harry,
with this.
excuse me, Mr. Chairman, I agree with that, but we also have in those RFP stuff that the sponsors will never use. GIS is one we did in one of the consultant selections I was in last time. This little level 1, they kept saying, we'll never use the GIS. We don't want the GIS. But there was a GIS task in that RFP, and you had consultants saying, we're going to give you GIS, and you had the sponsor saying, we don't want it. We're not going to use it. So we've got to, I mean, I agree with you that sometimes we have to do these to identify other problems, but sometimes we're sticking tasks in there because we think they need GIS when they don't want it, they don't need it, it's not going to get to the answer to whatever their problem is. So we got to figure out a way to balance this baby, because I think there's a lot of tasks that we provide that are not just help identify your problems, it's other stuff that we think is really cool because we can play with maps, and they don't care and they don't want it.
Mr. Guys.
Mr. Chairman, the bottom line is we need to really know what their bonding capacity is too, because this is getting to be serious business anymore of not having enough bonds, and then we're stuck with the bill to clean the things up.
A couple of comments. It goes back to these who drives it, sponsor, staff. You talk about your regionalization, and I've watched it since I've sat here. Those are great studies. They need to be done, and they need to be driven by the commission. The only way they regionalize, I've sat on 3 or 4 watching these, is if we tell them that the only way we're going to fund them is if they join up. Otherwise, I got a guy sitting down here, it's a matter of Plain Haven, they got applications in for wells as a Gillette pipeline project goes right by them. They can't get into it. He said they should.
Right.
The only way that's gonna happen is if this commission and we say, you will join together whether you like it or not, and you're gonna be a regional system. If not, you'll continue to see, at least in my end of the state, more Madison wells drilled, more individual systems, and they won't join until you say, we won't fund you unless you join the system and come together. That end is driven by us, and I get that. And those are good studies. The other one is when they come in to do the studies, part of them, like you say, you need to add some on different times. And I think cities will come in for level 1 studies and say, look, we want to study our whole system. Those are great. They make sense. And those are driven by you folks as a whole. The water tank studies, there's no study necessary. Those can actually be design build studies because they need it now. And they really don't need to spend an extra year to get it built. And so I think we really need to pull part of this apart and do it in layers. Like I was talking with Jeanette, is one of them is a specific. They come in and you may say, look, the specific doesn't work, and that's fine. Your staff will do that. But there's no reason to add 6 more tasks to it that adds cost to them because they end up paying part before it gets done on this. There's no sense adding those layers to the ones that just have to get fixed. We're about to have some, I don't know if we'll talk about today, we got some irrigation system failures. Those don't need to have level 1 studies done on them. They need ditches fixed tomorrow. There's no reason to go through any planning on that. And I think we need to talk about those type projects because we have them every year and we continue to force them to study for an extra year. So I do think we need to unravel some of this into some different layers and why we're doing it and for what reason. Because the true level 1s make sense, but I can tell you why Beaver Creek did theirs. County Irrigation District in Kirk County did. You don't qualify for small water. They didn't know what they wanted. What they wanted is the ability to get into the small water program. So they literally came in and said, please give us a study. We don't care what the study says. You can throw it over a bank, do whatever, but give us the stamp that says we can apply for small water projects. That's why we applied for it.
And Mr. Chairman, I guess, I'm not trying to say, let's throw, and I'm not being, it probably sounded this way and I don't mean it this way. I'm not being accusatory that the staff or the department is doing things cookie cutter. It just seems like we get cookie cutter type things and we need to step back and just be a little more nuanced. We need to look at the regional system where it applies. We have a hammer. Senator Driscoll's right, that if we see these 2-3 communities who are, spitting distance apart, who want to come in for a $150,000 study about this and that, I'm sorry. If there's another way, we need to tell them, get together. We're going to be a regional study. We're going to do 1 study, not 3. Or we're going to, we have a hammer that we should be able to use. So I don't want to change one perceived cookie cutter system for another. I think we need to pay attention to the sponsor and pay attention to what we have as fiduciary responsibilities to the taxpayers as well. So, and there has to be a way to mesh that. There has to be a way to join that together, I guess.
Here, on the other side of this, what you guys are talking about, I mean, and I'm not saying I just totally disagree, but to use Harry's example about the tank, what if we go in and we build, they say Manderson comes in, they say we need a tank. And so we go and we do a quick study and build them a tank, but they do have low pressure problems that they didn't address in that level 1 study. And they come back and they want to do another level 1 study and redo that, then talk about fiduciary responsibilities.
I'm not saying don't look at those things, but when you've got a tank issue, what are the potential, pick 3 or 4 tasks that might have additional effects, but don't do the whole, don't pull out the whole tribe. And, you can talk to them and say, yes, we're going to do a level 1 study. We're going to look at these basics. We can look at water pressure. We can look at this. We know you have a tank issue. What are the ancillary things? We have a professional staff that can use their common sense along with the sponsor. I guess that's what I'm trying to get at. And maybe we can't define common sense and we can't define right here that what's going to apply in Manderson is going to apply in Cowley. But that's what we need to rely on the professional staff to do, so that at the end of all of this, when we go to the legislature and say, we've looked at these projects and it's going to be this much money, that they can have some confidence that we've started at the beginning and identified as much as we can identify, and you've got a good project in front of you.
Is there a way that we can classify our studies? Can we draft a rule to indicate those steps that classifies them, either A, B, or C, and we do the study appropriate to the classification? Is that a possibility?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I really think that process, each application we get involves a unique situation. And that's where we've been talking about customizing the scope of services in the request for proposals, that we work with the sponsor, we identify what they need, we identify what other issues might be needed to look at, and that should be the basis for the scope of services. And I don't know that a rule per se would apply uniformly across all of the 99 municipalities, the irrigation districts. I think it has to be tailored specifically to each application.
Senator Hicks.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I've dealt with the program for 25 years. I think the flexibility is already there to do everything you're talking about. So let's use both Harry's example and the example of Manderson's tank. Well, is where you have the staff come down and explain. Again, the studies are 100% funded by the state, so there's really no disincentive not to do them unless we're tagging that study on as a requirement to fix the tank, right? And we've done this in the past, but it comes back to the RFP, and it comes back to working very close with the staff that you get that scope in that RFP. You can bifurcate that process. So let's use the example that's been thrown out here. Here he is they may have a larger system. We can go ahead and put that in the RFP. That's 100% funded by the state. And again, getting back to the regionalization, that's the thing that we certainly want to promote. Efficiency. There's good reasons to do that, but don't hold up the tank hostage when you know you have a certain thing. So it comes back to the quality RFP, which will come back to how closely staff those project sponsors to say, here's the other opportunities that exist through the program that we may be able to address. And if you're interested, can include that. But then you task those items out. The tank's going to go forward. So what we've done in the past with applications said, look, we got dire need for a project. You know, we've got a major spillway on a major canal that's crumbling. It's got to be fixed in the next year at the construction season. So on the RFP, we say the consultant's task is to provide final designs so we can go straight to level 3 from level 1. But we're going to do a master plan on the canal that's going to take 1.5 to 2 years. It's going to take 2 field seasons to do all the inventory work. Ability, I think, already exists in the program. It really comes down to being able to well articulate the sponsor what they need with the staff, presenting all these other opportunities that may be addressed through the program. So, you know, I guess I would concur with Harry as far as promulgating rules. I wouldn't tie your hands as a commission. Leave that flexibility to deal with each situation as it comes. I think the program can address those concerns. I think it's just more of a policy issue going forward. You know, the commission set the policy. This is the direction that we want to go. This is sponsor driven. Staff provides, you know, an outline of all the other things the program can help the sponsor with, but we don't mandate or dictate to the sponsor at the end of the day. I just been my experience, and when you tell them, look, we'll do the full study and evaluation of your water system at 100% cost of the state. You just haven't run into a lot of people saying, we don't want to do it. Where they say we don't want to do it is if we can't get our other stuff done for 2 years waiting on the study and then all that. So again, it's really a close communication between sponsor, staff, good recommendations to the commission, and then move that process forward. My experience in the past, the flexibility is there to do that already.
Chairman, I have a question. So it seems to me that in reading these RFPs in the past and then reading the consultants' responses, we ask for a lot of the same tasks across the board. How much flexibility does the staff have to say, you know, here's our menu of a full-blown level 1 study? How much flexibility do they have to say, we don't need task 2, we don't need task 4, we don't need task 7? Can they do that? Or when you guys write the RFPs, or when these guys write the RFPs, can you guys like delete stuff that the sponsor doesn't need and doesn't want?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Phelan, certainly, I mean, we encourage the staff to, based on everything they've learned, discussions with the sponsor and so forth, to tailor those tasks as appropriate. They have that authority to do that. Obviously, we review those, I review those, Harry reviews those and so forth to make sure we're meeting the need. But they do have that possibility to add and take. And I think we've made great strides in that regards in the last couple of years, quite frankly, to do exactly that, more tailor those scopes. I think especially like on the watershed studies you've seen, but even in other areas, I think we've made great strides. I will tell you that we do have, relative to master plans, when somebody comes to us and indicates that they want a master plan, then we do have a standard scope that we use, but we still, even from that standard scope, you know, so that we're looking at apples and apples across communities and so forth, we you know, if there's things that don't apply, project managers will take those out. And that happens all the time. That's the type of discussions that go on. So there is quite a little bit of vetting.
I got to tell you, it doesn't feel like it from our end, but if the staff is hearing you and I am hearing you, there can be a lot more of that individual tailoring, because that is not what it seems like from this end of the aisle.
Well, we're kind of getting off of the task at hand really a little bit. I mean, it's all kind of interrelated, but is there any more questions or discussion on the new schedule or the proposed schedule?
Mr. Chairman, I would like Barry to finish walking through this proposed schedule, because there's a key point at the end.
Okay. I didn't even know we hadn't finished.
No, Mr. Chairman, we didn't. We left off, we were about to enter into legislative session on this. This is, again, the proposed planning project timeline. Legislative session, obviously, we've talked about long and short sessions and so forth. But when you come out early March of the legislative session, then we would have a meeting mid-March after the bill was signed by the governor and so forth, where we'd actually do the contract approval at that time. So what we'd be looking at would be approving the contracts. And here again, the big caveat here is the effective date in the planning bill. And we'll have to discuss that effective date of those funds being available. But we would, if it was effective immediately upon governor's signature, then we would actually approve those contracts at the March meeting, and we could be issuing notice to proceed on those contracts early April. And what's nice about that, early April instead of late June. And so suddenly you've got an extra 2.5 months there, you've moved it up, and you're looking at an entire field season where the contractors can get, or consultants can get out there and get off the ground. But all in all, we're looking at a 13-month process, as I mentioned. The effective date certainly is an issue that we'd have to discuss. Also, we've established a new commission meeting, as I also indicated, in October. What you won't see on here, and we'll have to discuss that, is there is now no June meeting. So it's a net of 0 as far as meetings. If we were to take out a June meeting, now there has been some discussion, there may be some reasons to continue to have a June meeting, but theoretically, based on this planning timeline, you wouldn't need a June meeting, and you'd swap your June meeting for an October meeting where you're doing your interviews, okay? The last thing I will mention, because it's a 13-month timeline, think about this. You're starting that process, and you get to the end, you're in March, okay? So now you got wraparound. Okay, because 13-month process. What I'm not showing on this timeline, you see the March meeting, but I could also have shown at the beginning of the timeline a March meeting as well. See what I'm saying? So you would have overlap. So you are finishing up that whole 13-month process, inking deals and doing the contract approval while you're getting the next batch of applications for the next go-round. So you'd have a little bit of overlap. The tails would overlap. So just so you understand that. I think that would be it.
Good. Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I've got some questions. I think a couple things in there, again, that I talked about on the first one is somewhere in that April, May area that you've got there, I'd make a determination as to whether that application is complete. Also somewhere in that area, I think we need to make a determination after the site visits as to whether during that reconnaissance period, either by mapping and or site visits, that you deem that there needs to be a master plan or a regional plan done in that area, or whether, I'm not sure the wordage I'm using is right on regional master plan, or in other words, if you've got 3 or 4 of these things closer together, you make a determination as to say, we're not going to proceed with this for these reasons until these other issues are settled. And lastly, I guess I was a proponent of having that June meeting, simply because I think it gives the commission a chance to better understand what you've done and how you have customized your rationale and your in your selection period. You know, originally I had proposed having a year-long period to do this, and I have to admit, I think it was maybe a little bit too long, and there are a lot of people that aren't in favor of that. But I think this may be a good start, and it may be a way to see if it works. Sure, it will, because I think after you get into the year thing, you'd be back into the same clique that you were in before. And lastly, I guess I would again reiterate the fact of scrutinizing the application. And I think some other things that need to be done in here that I've noticed in our review of the consultants is we need to better standardize the bid items that we ask them to submit, so that when we are looking at those bids, and I think this would also help your group, and I'm sure Brian's aware of this from his standpoint, we need to tell them what is going to be in each category, because if I understand it in talking to the consultants when we're questioning them, they have put certain tasks into one element, and another consultant has put that same task into a different item. So I think if you make a listing, what items need to be included and what those are, and also maybe a couple of general items where, you know, some of the consultants say they start putting their costs together as the project starts forward. Others do it by item. And so you may end up with one huge cost in one consultant's bid, and in another consultant's bid, that cost is spread over 3 items. I think somehow we need to, I guess, help them to help us so that we can better evaluate what's going on.
Move to approve the new timeline.
Mr. Chairman, since we're going to have public comment that's written in the agenda, shouldn't we have the public comment before we do the vote? I'm interested.
Probably, yeah.
Okay.
We
No
can still,
offense.
we can still move it and then discuss it with public
Okay,
comment.
I just
if-
didn't
if
wanna-
that is what the commission would like to do, but we got a motion with no second. So
I second.
it's up to, oh, okay. Moved by Commissioner Wagner and seconded by Commissioner Sucre that we approve the new proposed schedule. I would now open it for discussion and public comment, as long as that's okay with Harry and Barry. Are you guys good with public comment going now?
Most definitely.
Okay. Open it to the public if anybody has any comment, or if any more commissioners have comments or questions.
I've never said anything that they're a little high.
Mr., are
Commissioner
we still
Evans.
waiting for public comment? I'll hold until we're sure there's not any.
I don't see anybody jumping up and down to comment.
Mr. Chairman, well then I've got questions that I want to ask the public, and maybe some of you guys can help me out. I mean, I heard that there were consultants here. So what do you guys think? we need to have Harry and Barry leave so you guys are brave enough to talk to me? Holy cow.
Commissioner, do you have a comment or a question?
There's no public comment. It just occurred to me, I mean, when does this start? There has to be some concern about, is this a year from now and we get the new planning project schedule going? I mean, maybe that should be part of the motion as to when this commences. And I wouldn't pretend to know how that works deadline-wise.
So, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Evans, we have talked about that issue internally here. What the commission is going to need to revise the operating criteria, at least for new application dates, potentially. And that process into itself, with a 45-day public comment period, will take some time. I think there's enough time to have that happen so that you might take an official vote or a vote to revise the criteria at your November meeting. Maybe we have a special meeting in December, but that would set it up that you could accept applications new next March. I think it could, that's going to be a very tight time frame. What that does is that the applications that you have, or we will be receiving and filing out this August 15th, so 10 or so days from now, will be considered in the normal process, and you will be picking consultants next spring for those projects at the same time that you're starting a new set of applications next March 1st. Now, maybe if there's only a 6-month period, what we're doing is we're going one set of applications in August 15, the next in March, so about a 6-month period. There may be a reduced number of applications next March. I don't know. Depends on the sponsors. So that is certainly feasible, and I think I would encourage you to consider that. Otherwise, if we accept applications under the old process, August 15, and you don't implement this until the following year, later in the year, that means the next round of applications will be March 1st of 2019. So about a 1.5 year delay. So that's an implementation issue that we're going to have to work out. I think next March 1st is doable, but the staff is going to be pulling double duty come next spring. Certainly.
Mr. Seekin.
With all due respect, Mr. Chairman, about wanting to move on with the agenda, this is pretty important. And I guess I want to ask, is this the one and only suggestion on how to get to our conclusion our outcome, which seems to be, I think we agree that we don't want to appropriate the money ahead of time, that we want our outcome. I think we've agreed on the outcome, but were there 3 or 4 other recommended timelines and solutions, and this was deemed the only one left? Or are there other ways to get to that outcome in addition to this? I feel like we're being a little pushed here. I think we've identified the outcome, but were there other possible solutions to get to that outcome?
I'll take first crack at that, and Barry certainly jump in. As this was developed, all of the pieces were looked at. This is really the schedule that was developed based on the proposal that Senator Hicks brought. If you look at it, as has been explained, none of the pieces have changed. They've just been rearranged. And so I think this really does represent the primary alternative. I'm willing to listen if there are other thoughts on how this schedule might change. But again, you're bound by statute in the consultant selection process. The legislature is scheduled January, February of each year. So with those kinds of defined parameters, then I think this is the schedule. This is how it looks if we move forward with the new proposal.
Mr. Bettis.
What if we push the applications that we are getting in August to this March date? In other words, then your staff isn't doing double duty. And then we could resume from there. I guess I think that we have some time, and I'm kind of agreeing with what Jeanette says. We may want to tweak this schedule between now and November or whenever it is. I guess I agree with what you're saying. I wouldn't mind tentatively approving this schedule, but I don't think it ought to be set in stone and then all of a sudden, you know, somebody asks a question and we get something that, well, you guys approved that back in August.
Well, if we push out back these applications that we're getting in August to March, we won't have any projects this year.
Correct.
So that's the thing that we're trying to get.
I understand that.
Doing all
I understand that.
So
And I guess
that out.
I don't think that's a big deal in myself, but.
Couple thoughts. One, you have to show some pipeline that you got going to make it happen. And don't fall her backwards and have a heart attack, Harry, but there's really only about 3 set dates that are in statute here. What would happen if you went to a continuous sign up on the thing that said you do it, but they got to fit inside the dates? So your staff now, I can see you got to have desks that just pile up here in August. They're full all year long. And they're all of a sudden they're in a rush to get work done. What would happen if you said you can apply in May if you want, but you will come up at the next available date that fits in this timeline, the hard dates, but it lets your staff spread that workload. You still bunch up when the RFPs come, you still pile them up, but you let them work on these applications on a continuous time. And this is just an off the hip, strange thought, but I'd hate to be one of your staff come August because I can see that you've got piles up both sides of your desks and it's coming and it's just terrible workload. And then all of a sudden, after you get through your process, it drops down. And if you go to a continuous, it doesn't change anything as far as when the projects happen because you got to do the selection and the stuff. But it'd give your staff a lot more time to say, look, this isn't complete. You're going to go back to the next window. And they'd know those windows are there. So they know they're not beating anything by applying off. It just levels your workload. Because I think with this, we really ought to get creative and try to make it where your staff has the best ease they do and we can get the most efficient we can. And that's thoughts on that?
So, Mr. Chairman, the current date, August 15th, which is the deadline, it is a deadline.
Mr. Chairman, I hate to interrupt you, Harry. Could we also get your staff individually to weigh in on, I'm seeing back there, some of you doing this, some of you going this. Could we also get their thoughts on their workload as well as yours? I mean, you can go ahead, but I don't want to forget that because I think they need guys to weigh in.
And if there's a consultant or a sponsor in the room, please, you know, I mean, we're doing some things that could have unintended consequences here that we just don't know about. And I guess I want to know about what that could be, that we are barking up the wrong tree here. So,
Mr. Chairman, to Senator Driscoll's comments, August 15 is a hard and fast deadline. That's when we need them in order to have an omnibus bill prepared for the legislature. That's what's driving August 15. Those applications, the applications are already flowing in. I mean, I have a notebook on my desk where applications have been received with the anticipation that they will be processed through 2017 and before the 2018 legislature. So to some extent, it is now. Now, what happens with staff, and certainly staff can weigh in here, is they're working on a number of projects that just got kicked off, projects out of the 2017 legislature. They're finishing projects out of the 2016 legislature. Their life is not totally revolved around applications. It's also completing the projects that have been approved. So I think in my mind, this process can work very well. The real trick is going to be the implementation of how you implement that while you still have the process, the current existing process. And I can tell you, you might want to look at what kind of applications come in on August 15, because if those applicants are asked to wait an extra year so that they may not be considered until the 2019 legislature, there's going to be some disappointment there from the sponsor's perspective, because they have projects that they're wanting to move forward. So I would not recommend that you just take a year hiatus and work on this. I mean, if the process works, I think so. It can be done, and I think it will work quite well. It's just 2018 is going to be an awfully busy time for the planners at the Water Development Office as a result. And Mr. Chairman, if the staff wants to comment, please come forward.
Commissioner Evans.
Sure, and yeah, I guess if Zach wants to comment, stop it, but. All right. Let's go.
Please speak in.
This is Hunt. Could I had a question as well, whenever that's appropriate.
Hang on just a minute, Hunt. We've got someone wants to make a comment.
Hi. Christine Vera with SWCA Environmental Consultants. And since you're asking for my opinion, I'll give it to you. I agree that the process needs to be customized, and I really like the idea of the RFPs being more customizable. I'm a scientist, so I get excited about data, and I am happy to hear that you guys are considering keeping the watershed studies because they are so data-driven. And I do believe that the watershed studies that come out of this office are high quality and they're easy to work with. A concern would be that this process is not getting cheaper for consultants to bid on. It's costly to come to the meetings and the site visits. And I would challenge the commission, your idea specifically, Senator Driscoll, about being able to connect the dots between projects in a region. You would need to ensure a deep understanding of projects in that region and the history behind those projects, which I think is the key element to your watershed studies. So I would just challenge you to keep that in mind, the deep history and the regional understanding of those projects. Thank you.
Or while we're in public comment period, anybody want to make another comment?
Mr. Chairman, this is Hans. I had a question on what Senator Driscoll had brought up.
Okay, go ahead, Hans.
Thank you. I was just sort of along those lines. I mean, just his throwing out the idea of having an annual rolling application process that doesn't have a single hard and fast deadline. I guess, and this is a question mainly to Harry and to the staff. Do you tend to see, as the deadline approaches in the weeks and days coming up to it, is there ever an issue of seeing applications that are sort of look like they're kind of last minute, hastily thrown together, and then you have to go through and go, well, probably we're going to have to tell them no because this was sort of thrown together hastily and doesn't have everything that needs to be there, or is that not an issue?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Hunt, generally the applications are in pretty good shape when they arrive here in the office, but occasionally there are items that are missing. And that's what staff works with, that the assigned staff member then works with that sponsor to make sure that that information is complete. Because ultimately, any application that is presented to the commission at the November meeting is complete in terms of the information that has been developed, and we want the commission to have the full information required so that you can make a decision on the project. But yeah, there are some that certainly aren't as complete, or we may have questions about the information they've provided. They may not have understood the application per se when it was filled out. So all of those issues do happen.
Mr. Chairman, gets back to the proposed timeline, and I understand wanting to do all the criteria at one time, but it wouldn't preclude, I guess this is a question, it wouldn't preclude that, you know, if the commission took an action today, that they could move forward with this. And it's not a final action. So what you would do if you decide to take an action would require a little staff time to do the 45-day public comment, and then be able to come back at your November meeting and take a final action at that time. So what does that do, and why would you want to do it? Well, from a project sponsor and applicant, then I know now that what the criteria is in November to be able to have 4 months to adjust to that to get my application in. When I look at the whole program, more times than not, I'm going to come in at this from a sponsor's perspective. So if you did that now, but I understand going out for one time, you're redoing the criteria for the program at one time, but this is a shift in an application date. And really that's the only thing we're talking about would be the public comment period. It's not the overall criteria of all the other nuts and bolts of the program. This is just saying we're changing the application date. The rest of the process is the same. But from a sponsor standpoint versus that you then go out for public comment in November and then have to do this, and then it's not final till the commission takes an action on that at your March, at your December or January meeting, whatever that is. We've changed the rules of the game substantially for the sponsor. It shortens that time up to get the information out that if you're going to do new project applications for level 1, level 2, we've got a very short period to get that information window out. So I understand bunching everything up, but this would be something that would be relatively simple to put out now. You would take final action at your November meeting on this proposal. The other criteria are going to be further down the road, and I'm not sure at the December or January meeting this year. But you could do both at different times speeds to accomplish this. And again, I look at it from the sponsor side.
Mr. Chairman? Maybe a question for Daniel. All of these dates are actually included in our criteria. Nobody commented on this stuff in the criteria. It seems to me that we would have to re-put that out for public notice and comment, so that we really, even if we voted on it now, we really would have to go back out, give public notice, public comment on the new time period, because they're new. I mean, it changes the criteria, because that's where the old dates were. I'm looking at them.
Chairman, and that's correct. Under the criteria, they actually have a process for going back out. So you could preliminarily approve it today and direct the staff to send it out for public comment. And after the public comment period is finalized, you can make changes and then either reject or accept the changes to the operating criteria.
Okay. So, Mr. Chairman, just to get just to get the time frame in my head, that's a 30-day public comment period.
Mr. Chairman, so there's actually no formal comment period. You are in your operating criteria, you do say that there must be a comment period. In the past, we've linked it to the rule period, which is 45 days. But you are free to have as long or as short a comment period as you would like.
Mr. Chairman, so what my concern is that I think that going through and adopting changes to the operating criteria, a few here and a few there and a few somewhere else, is not a good thing. I think you have to read the operating criteria as a package. And I'm wondering if we can agree or put the new dates in the planning rule and have the comment, in the operating criteria, and have them back in time at the September meeting.
We don't have a September meeting.
I mean,
November meeting.
No, we're going to Green River.
That's
August meeting.
2 weeks.
Yeah, ain't happening. So that would mean we'd have to put the decision, I mean, I'm asking questions because I'm confused. So we'd have to put the adoption of the rule changes off till the November meeting? No?
Chairman,
Help.
let me suggest this. So we have a rules package that has been preliminarily recommended by the commission. It's gone to public comment. That is scheduled for your August meeting for consideration, for final action. Okay. We have an operating criteria revision package, again, preliminarily approved by the commission, gone to public comment. That is scheduled for approval in August as well. My recommendation to you is that you move forward and consider those in final form at your August meeting. Okay. To implement the planning changes that we've talked about, I believe are a very simple change in the criteria. It is the dates that would change. I have not gone through and looked at it recently. So I think if you had the operating criteria with its current revisions accepted or adopted in August, we'd immediately go out for an additional operating criteria change. There's enough time, 45 days is what I would recommend for public comment, to go in the September and October timeframe that you could consider that change at your November meeting. It is doable. And that's what I would recommend. Otherwise, we take all of those changes in the current criteria revisions, we add a date change, and then we send them all back out for another 45-day comment period. And you have the comments from that period. I don't know that, or from the original criteria change, I don't know that those are going to change. You're going to ask people to duplicate those coming forward again.
Mr. Chairman, I mean, with all due respect, I think I think unless you read, I'm okay with doing the rules in August. But I think that if we adopt this change or some change like this, and we put that in the criteria, and you tell people, well, now you can only comment on the date. You can't really comment on now whether we need more information for the sponsor, or that, you know, changing a date may change some other section in the operating criteria. I think that is not fair to the public, and I don't think it's fair to the commission, because I think that pulling out pieces in the operating criteria and adopting part of them now and adopting part of them later, I think that really ties our hands, because maybe a date change will trigger some other change in the operating criteria. I mean, I just think we're going to drag this around forever.
Why couldn't they say that in the comment period, though? I mean, if that is the case, I'm sure they could probably say that in the comment period, could they not?
Well, if we've already had a public meeting that says we're making these changes, I mean,
So, Mr. Chairman, I guess the way I see it is if the current revisions are adopted in August, and then we take the new planning process forward with a criteria change, it would be specific for that one purpose. Now, I don't know what changes will take. Obviously, a date change on an application, but we'll go through and review that document. But that criteria change going after the August meeting would be specific to implement this program. And that's what the focus of any public comments would be, that you would then consider in November.
We get a comment from the AG.
Chairman, these are operating criteria. Since they're operating criteria, they're exempt from the Administrative Procedures Act, which means you have a lot of discretion in how you want to implement, how you adopt them, what kind of public comment you receive. So you're not required to have a 45-day comment period. You have in the past, and that can make a lot of sense. I guess I'm just trying to say you have quite a bit of discretion here.
Commissioner Bettis.
I kind of agree with what Harry's saying about the schedule and how they would, how it would work with regard to the operating criteria. But I do think there are some instances in there, if I remember them correctly, under level 1 and level 2 studies, where an applicant or somebody is referred to an attachment that states, here's what's going to be in your study. And some of the things we have discussed here today may have to be changed in those particular items in the operating criteria. If I'm correct, I don't have that right on the tip of my tongue, but I do believe that those are in there. And Daniel's right, then I guess we could kind of do what we want, but we're getting a little bit happenstance, I guess, also.
Any more questions, comments?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I just wanted to say a couple things on this. You know, in relation to this starting date, I was a little surprised at Commissioner Bettis's comments about not having projects for a year. I don't think that'd be good for sponsors. That's one. Number two, I'll vote for this preliminarily, I guess, with the idea these projects, this would kick in March 1st, 2018, hopefully, because otherwise Senator Hicks' idea of trying to save costs is not going to happen for 2 sessions. If it can kick in, there'll be 1 session where we do it the old way, but that cost savings idea would kick in the next session, and I think that's important. So that's just my intent on voting for this proposed plan.
Mr. Chairman? As an additional comment to Commissioner Bud Fallon's about whether these dates have an unintended consequence somewhere else in the criteria. I guess if I were to vote a tentative, would it be you or Barry or Brian or all of your staff together who would then take these dates and do a fine tuning of the criteria to see if we do this here, this is affecting this over here that we're not discussing today, that also has to go out to public comment. And maybe there is nothing, so you email us 3 days from now and say, I went through this and changing these dates does nothing anywhere else in the operating. I guess I don't want to be fine that we've just, kicked ourselves in the foot.
Mr. Chairman, so as part of any revision to the criteria, the entire document will be read in the context of what change is being proposed. And so if you change something on page 5 and that precipitates changes on pages 8, 9, and 10, that will be caught as part of the proposed change.
That hasn't been done yet.
That has not been done currently. And that's, again, with an action today to move forward with that review will then be done. And I think it's appropriate then to bring that document back to you to show in underlined strikeout fashion what is being proposed for change, what is being stricken, so that you know exactly what the impacts would be.
Chairman. First, I've had enough coffee that I think we need a break here. But I can tell you that I would vote to include these dates, but only with the caveat that we do the staff goes through and they figure out changing section A actually implements changes section B, or it comes back to us with a red line strikeout. But the other caveat for my yes vote is that it all goes back out for public comment, and we don't vote on a final criteria package until November, so that we can look at, the public can comment on the whole 9 yards, including the new changes, and they can see how it implements with changes. I think voting on part of the criteria changes in August and then changing some more criteria in November is a waste of our time in August, because it all may change again. And I think the public has got the right to see how everything all fits together. And so if we can agree that the agenda item in November includes all of the changes to the criteria, then I will vote for this. And if it's going to be put as we're going to vote on final criteria in August, I'm going to vote against it.
I don't see what the problem is. When we send those out for public comment, they get the whole operating criteria. And what you're wanting to do is send it all out, send all of our previous changes that have already been publicly commented on out again with all the changes again, so that they could see the old changes. I mean, the changes will be in there, and if they have a comment saying this doesn't work with this, they can still make that comment. You know, and we can go back and rechange it again when we get to that point. I mean, I guess
Then we're gonna
I'm
have,
not saying we can do it your way too. It's fine, but it's just seems to me that it's unnecessary. The same thing, two different ways.
but the commission has to have 2 separate meetings to go through operating criteria changes.
Well, I don't see that it's a problem, Karen. I really don't. I see that we're going to approve the old stuff and reapprove. I don't know. To me, it's not a big deal. I really don't care. One way or the other, I think we get to the same conclusion either way. And it doesn't preclude anybody from not commenting on any part of the operating criteria when we send it out, either way.
Okay. Well, I just think we're going to be changing something one time and then may have to change it a whole different time.
Which is fine. We can do that.
Okay.
Commissioner or Senator Hicks.
Just a quick question for Harry. These criteria changes, whether you do them in August or November, won't have any effect on any applications or any processes until the 2018 applications come in. Is that correct?
Chairman, that is correct.
So regardless of what date you adopt these, it doesn't, again, I'm coming at this from the sponsor, right? Doesn't change. I'm going to, whether you adopt part of them in August and part of them are November or all of them in November, as a sponsor, it doesn't change anything for me because I won't start submitting those applications until probably, you know, if we adopt this, it'll be March of next year. But it still gives me 4 months to address any criteria changes because it doesn't take effect until only for the new applications after this year. So when I look at that, you know, it really doesn't matter when you guys do it. It's just, so pick a date. And if it's November, doesn't change my application as a sponsor 1 iota if you redo the whole thing or not. So anyway, just an observation, but I did want to clarify that with Harry, Mr. Chairman.
Any more discussion?
I'd like to call for the question.
Okay, although, oh, Harry, do you have
Mr.
something?
Chairman, can we restate the motion then?
Okay, yeah. Rod?
So what now? How do we want to restate it?
Well, so as I understood the motion, it was to move forward with criteria changes to move to a March 1 application deadline, the revised process. Okay, that's my understanding.
Okay.
Okay, that's acceptable. Everybody? Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Okay, with that, let's take a break.
Like the
So I think what they're going to do, I think we're.
That's right.
Hey, how are you? Good, how are you doing? Never heard shit.
Maybe Colorado says they got.
Mr. Chairman?
Hey, Mr. Evans.
Tried to keep my mouth shut.
You did good. You did. For an attorney, you did.
All right, we're gonna go ahead and get
But it doesn't hurt to
restarted
have a
again.
legal advice.
Everybody will find a seat, please.
I think we're on the right track.
Seats, please.
I couldn't tell.
Good change.
Okay,
Yeah.
Jeanette, you had
Yeah,
something?
Mr. Chairman, and I probably was not very articulate when I asked the question when we first started the discussion on this last item, but, and I know this happens, I was when we do this change, because this is going to be pretty significant in a lot of ways. And I think this is probably implied or implicit, but this kind of change, we're going to have a sponsor who, by the time it gets to the legislature, they're going to assume they have a project, and a consultant is going to assume that they've got a job before the money is appropriated. And since the legislature has the purview to decide to appropriate or not, somehow there needs to be something that this is no guarantee to anybody. Unfortunately, I've on this commission been instrumental in having projects pulled after the money's been appropriated, but I think that it's going to be aware. Sponsors and consultants are going to see that right away, but I think we need to be, how they feel about this project. This is a sea change. So, it's money's appropriated first, and then the project and stuff is defined later. This is a sea change for everybody, and I think that somehow needs to be not just assume everybody understands that. I think that everybody needs to be aware that that is a sea change in this process, because consultants and sponsors are going to assume some things that may not end up being accurate for their financial planning, for their project planning, for whatever. So it's just a comment I wanted to throw out there.
Thanks, Janet. Harry, we'll go ahead and move on with allowing alternate design and construction delivery methods on level 3s.
Okay, so Mr. Chairman, Water Development Commission projects have historically been constructed, and I'm talking about level 3 projects, design and construction, using, I'll call it the traditional method, which is, and these are all contracts issued by the sponsor, not Water Development. These are sponsor contracts, but the design is done under a separate contract. Then it goes to bid, and ultimately then the sponsor awards the contract under and we gave you some copies of statutes. There's a couple of statutes, but it's awarded to the lowest responsible bidder. Okay, so it is the low bid that is ultimately taken. A number of years ago in the legislature, I'm saying 10 or 15 years ago, alternate construction delivery methods were authorized by statute. And Brian's got a presentation with regards to those. And so what Senator Hicks has brought, and again, it may have been the Management Council, and Senator Hicks is the messenger, is should Water Development allow those? Those have typically not been allowed, although most sponsors do the design, bid, construct method. But there are reasons for design build, and there are some advantages and disadvantages. And with that, I'll let Brian walk through his slideshow, and then we have one other guest that I would like you to hear from today. So.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, this is a presentation on alternative design and construction.
We have a microphone for him.
Yeah, can we get a mic for Brian?
Mike, Brian, are you?
Is that better? Great.
So in my preparation for this presentation, I made several contacts that I've listed here. The first is Adolphson and Peterson Construction. They do vertical construction buildings in Colorado and Wyoming. They have offices here in Colorado, in Wyoming and Colorado. Flatiron Construction, they're out of Colorado. They do a lot of design bid and construction management alternative projects all over the country, but again, they're based in Broomfield. YDOT, contacted the State Construction Department, Wyoming Contractors Association, the City of Gillette, and the City of Cheyenne. So as Harry indicated, our traditional approach for level 3 projects is design, bid, build. Those are covered in the state statutes, are under contract for public improvements. And these require detailed plans and specifications and cost estimates. And then, like Harry indicated, the projects are awarded after advertisement and a bid opening to the lowest responsible bidder. So this plate shows the contractual relationships for the design, bid, build between the owner. There's 2 contracts, one with the engineer architect and one with the general contractor. Over the left-hand side here, you see the typical point of engagement. You see here that the engineers brought on right before the design. The contractors brought on after the bid opening, and you can see that the contract price is committed after the bid opening. So under the design, bid, build delivery method, the project, here's a project flow chart. Here the owner hires the engineer designs the project, proceeds to advertise the project for bid. The owner receives and opens bids. Owner awards a construction contract, and then the project is constructed. So under the design, bid, build, there's advantages and disadvantages. The advantages are that this process is well understood by all parties. There's clearly defined roles for all parties involved. And the engineer represents the owner on contractor claims, mediation, and lawsuits. So some of the disadvantages are that the contractor is not involved at the design level. And that's the differences between this delivery method and the other delivery methods I'll talk about here in a minute. It's a linear project delivery, so anytime there's delays in whether it's the design, the bidding process, it's going to delay the entire project. And typically for the design, bid, build projects, they take a little bit longer to construct. So under state statute 16.6-701, alternative delivery methods are allowed, and there's 3 alternative delivery methods that are described. The first is the construction management agent. The second is construction management at risk, and the last is design build. So this plate shows the contractual relationships under the construction manager agent, and this is almost exactly like the design, bid, build, but they're adding the construction manager agent, so there's an additional contract with the owner. The typical point of engagement, again, same as the design, bid, build, but you're bringing the CMA on just before you hire your engineer. So the flow chart for the CMA, again, is exactly as the design, bid, build. And again, the owner hires his CMA first, followed by hiring the engineer. The engineer designs the project, advertises the project, receives and open bids, awards the project to the lowest responsible bidder, and the project moves forward to construction. So under CMA project, this is approach represents a construction management service. The construction management manager provides administrative and management services throughout the design and construction phases, and he operates as the owner's liaison. So under the alternative delivery methods that are allowed by state statutes, the first we'll talk about is design build. Here you can see that one contract between with the owner and the general contractor. And you can see here the architect is now contracted with the general contractor as opposed to the owner under the design build process. Here you can see the typical point of engagement, both the engineer and the general contractor brought on at the same point. And unlike the design, bid, build, you got a guaranteed maximum price. This is a negotiated price between the owner and the general contractor. That comes in after the proposal phase and before the design is initiated. So a little bit different approach than design bid build. So the design build project flow chart. Here we talk about the owner issues qualifications based on the RFP or RFQ. The owner shortlists the qualified design build team. Owner issues detailed product and material RFP to shortlisted design builder. The owner then evaluates the RFPs and interviews the shortlisted design build. Owner selects the design builder, and then they negotiate the final contract amount with the design build team, enter into a contract, and then they go finalize the contract to go to construction. So the advantages to design build include earlier project completion. One of the whole ideas of design build is a compressed schedule. So they're working, again, going back to that earlier slide, where you're bringing on the contractor on early. You're utilizing his expertise at the design phase and trying to minimize change orders, reduce costs of the project, and again, compress the schedule. So earlier identification of construction costs. Again, this is following the proposal phase before the project is started for design. Those costs are identified. The contractor and designer, the engineer or architect work as a team. And again, the contractor is involved at the design phase. So again, it brings in the contractor expertise early in the process. Under the design build delivery method, the DB is responsible for all costs and schedules associated with the project. Additional advantages include the owner only deals with a single entity. So if there's a problem between the engineer and the contractor, that's between them. That's not between the owner's not involved with those disputes. Construction issues are again responsible for the design build team. So under design bid build, which is our traditional approach, we have the contractor and engineer both trying to shift blame to the other party. So some of the disadvantages with design build approach, there's an overall project cost increase associated with risk for the DB team. And the contractor price is a negotiated price. It's not a bid price. It's a negotiated price with the owner. So it's not a low bid. The design team is contracted with the contractor, so that eliminates any advocacy for the owner. So if there's change orders, if there's mediation or lawsuits, there's not that contractual relationship between the engineer and the owner. The owner may not be, The owner may not be involved in the DB cost-saving measure decisions, so it may reduce the project quality. So the next delivery method is the construction manager at risk. This slide shows the contractual relationships. This is again similar to design bid build approach, except we bring on a construction manager at risk. And again, this is to bring on early in the project their expertise to help with the design of the project. So they're working with the CMAR is working directly with the architect engineer, but it's not a contractual relationship. So it's just a working relationship. So under this delivery method, the CMAR approach, the owner has two contracts, one with the CMAR/general contractor, one with the engineer. Under this delivery system, the guaranteed maximum price is typically committed about 60 to 90% through the design phase. So the flow chart for the CMAR, the owner contracts with the engineer. The engineer initiates a preliminary design. And from that design, then they go out and advertise for RFP for a CMAR. Then they contract based on the evaluation of the RFPs. They contract with the CMAR for pre-construction services. They complete the preliminary design. The CMAR bids as subcontracts. These would be the lower tier subcontracts for the project. And again, at the 60 to 90% design phase, they negotiate the guaranteed maximum price for the project. They execute the final design and construction phase contract to then complete the project. So the advantages of CMAR is it's a collaborative design construction team effort between the engineer and the contractor. The contractor's involved early in the project. Again, so it's bringing in scheduling and construction expertise from the contractor early in the project. It reduces engineer errors and omissions. Similar to design, bid, build, CMAR can be fast-tracked. Design, bid, build is typically specifically for fast tracking. CMAR can be used for fast tracking or not. There's more control in the selection of the contractor using CMAR. The contractor qualifications are considered in their selection, and the engineer represents the owner on contractor claims and mediation lawsuits. So again, it's a working relationship between the contractor and the engineer, so there's still a contractual relationship between the engineer and the owner, and they'll represent the owner on claims, mediation, and lawsuits. So disadvantages of CMAR, similar to DBB, it's overall cost increase, again, more risk for the CMAR, final contract amount. Like I indicated earlier, there's no contractual relationship between the engineer and the contractor, so as they're working together, there might be disputes between the engineer and the contractor, and that puts the owner in the middle between those two parties as they negotiate or try to settle those disputes. Any disputes that during the design can slow down the overall process of the project. And for the additional coordination for the owners required under the CMAR delivery approach, and that relates to additional costs. So on this slide, we're talking about the use of design, build, and construction manager at risk. Either of these approaches or design alternatives methods can be used on any type of project, but they're typically used on larger projects that are a little bit more complex. We see them used a lot of vertical construction with numerous trades involved. Again, the DB is used to compress the construction delivery schedule. It was used a lot in following Hurricane Katrina down in New Orleans. And it's looking to fast track replacing highways and bridges or interchanges where you want to get those structures back up into service quickly. So again, you want to compress that schedule. So a design build would be one of the delivery methods that's used quite often for those kind of projects, and also for vertical construction for buildings. As I mentioned earlier, CMAR can be used to fast track the project. Both delivery methods include negotiated final contracts. And what through my contacts that I made, it looked like there's limited use of design build in the state of Wyoming at this point in time, even though the state statutes allow for that alternative delivery method. CMAR is used by school facilities. Talking to the city of Gillette, they use CMAR on vertical construction projects. I see there's an ad in the paper right now for Laramie County. They've got two projects. They're looking for statement of qualifications for a CMAR approach. This is for the detention center, and I believe it was a courthouse addition. So some of the issues that we identified associated with using any of these approaches with WWDC Level 3 projects. Our project agreement requires both the permits and easements to be secured before moving forward with the project. So DEQ under Wyoming State Statute 35-11-301A requires the permit to be issued before moving forward with the project. And under the rules and regulations of DEQ, I believe it's in Chapter 3, they require complete bidding documents before they'll issue that permit. I've listed some of the permits here that we might see on a typical Level 3 project. I've been involved with projects that had railroad permits when I was a consultant that took close to a year to secure. And so the concerns with moving forward under the design build approach would be you're looking for, if you don't have the permits and easements in place before you start construction, there could be claims associated if the contractor's waiting for you to secure those permits and secure those easements while he's already mobilized out in the field. So additional issues, the design build delivery may reduce competition. Here in this state, since it's not used very often or hardly at all that we've noticed, not every consultant or contractor can assemble a design build team. And so when I talked with the Wyoming Contractors Association, brought this up, they agree that this, since it's new to our state, it could be hard to assemble consultant contractor teams, and they might be seeing teams come from out of state to fill that need. Level 3 projects are level 3 projects. We have 5-year average I looked at. I went back and account 1, they average about $1.3 million on the appropriations. Account 2 is approximately $750,000. So these projects are relatively inexpensive to a lot of the CMA projects that we see in the state that are currently being constructed. They're also relatively simple. These projects are usually just pipelines. That's the main projects that we do. Of course, we do storage tanks and pump stations also. But again, tanks are pretty straightforward. Our pump stations are relatively small and usually straightforward. So when you're hiring the under the design build approach or the construction management risk approach for the contractor expertise during design, and so and the whole idea there is to look for value engineering. And again, based on the size of the project and the scope of the project, complexity of the project, there's really probably not much there to as far as to identify value engineering opportunities.
Chairman.
Go ahead, Kurt.
I got to come in and do a specific where CMAR was used in the prison up at Torrington, and it saved the state $50–60 million. And the reason for that is that it was such a large project, we couldn't get 2 bidders, and so we got 1 bidder. You had no competition, and I could see that, Mr. Chairman, in places where we had dam construction or something where there might not be 2 contractors that we could get a hold of that would actually be able to handle a large project. And so it doesn't always drive the costs up. And in that circumstance at the prison in Torrington, they did find substantial value engineering. And so every project is different. The larger the project, I think the more relative construction manager is at risk is. But the design build thing, if you've got, maybe you don't have as many contractors, but if you've got a nucleus of a handful of design build teams that could be assembled, there's still competition, and I think that could actually drive the price down. So I'm not saying let's not make basic blanket statements that is like they're true in every circumstances. If you go DB or construction manager at risk, you're spending more money. And that just isn't the case, Mr. Chairman.
I think, again, I think you're right. I think that we indicated in the slide there. Again, you can use these delivery approaches on any type of project. But generally, when I'm talking in general to these contacts that I made, that's what they indicated to me was generally they see it.
Mr. Chairman, I would say that the contractors basically don't want to rock the boat. They got a good deal, and so they're fine with it. And I think that they're gonna their attitude is probably going to move toward, well, let's not rock the boat. We're fine with design bid build, and why change what works good for us? And so everybody has, I guess, their own perspective. And I think some of the information you got was from their perspective and necessarily not a perspective that serves the purposes of the commission or the select water. I think that you've got to take some of the stuff with a grain of salt. That's all I'm saying.
And I think to your point too, the CMAR that we identified in the context is being used pretty much exclusively on buildings. It seems to be tailor-made.
Bigger projects, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman. Good. Commissioner Lancaster.
Good presentation, Brian. However, you contacted some large firms there with some very big projects, and I agree. There has to be, the more complex, the more engineering you need. But there are so many small projects in Wyoming where a contractor has had that experience. I'm going to speak from a contractor's point of view. I've done projects where I refused to do them because the engineering was That guy had never sat in a backhoe. He had no idea what was going to happen when he come around the point of that mountain and hit that limestone. And so I feel like there's a lot of water systems, and in my county there is. I could go up and replace that line exactly the way it was 50 years ago and still serve those 30 people who are going to be on it in a community that's probably not going to grow. And I don't need all this engineering, and I don't need all this. And there's so many of those. That's where I'm going to come from as a contractor and a member of the commission. So I do see the complexity, and I do know that engineers need to be in it on that level, but on small projects, maybe not so.
In my context, I was a little bit surprised that YDOT and school facilities, YDOT doesn't use CMAR or design build, it's just design bid build. School facilities uses CMAR, and like I indicated, they're looking at Sheridan Community College, looking at using a design build up there. But I kind of anticipated that those two agencies would be using both delivery methods, but again, that wasn't the case.
Senator Hicks.
Mr. Chairman, just to address a couple of points. At first, already in statute, we authorize the ability of these. One of the reasons that you don't see YDOT using these is because within statutes, there's a financial limitation. So if you see $500,000, the statutes haven't been done in a long time. This is something that if we move forward with this, that we're going to want it. So when you're doing a $4 million overlay project, this isn't available to you. That's one issue that you don't see why some of the agencies currently use design, build, and construction manager at risk. Provision that's probably archaic at this point in time. And the reason that I think it's archaic today in the United States, and I'm just going to make a statement here. I appreciate the presentation, Brian, and I think it's a good starting point for this discussion. But we need to base decisions based on factual information, not anecdotal information. So when I did the research for this, there's actually a published paper out there that was done by Penn State University. A couple of researchers, not engineering firms that are hooked up with a construction company or construction, independent third-party analysis of the traditional DBB, the design, build, and construction manager risk. So let me just give you a few highlights of that research. The research showed that, in fact, design build on average across all the project that they looked at come in 6.1% cheaper. Cheaper, not higher. Again, that's an average. On average, 6.1% cheaper. Here's also the important thing, and I want to illustrate this. 33.25% quicker was the projects actually delivered to the project sponsor. A third quicker under design build. Now, why is that important that we consider that at this point in time? When the conversations that I had with both some consultants and construction companies, now is the time to build in Wyoming. Give you an illustration that we just bid some projects in our area for compacted earth fill at $1.60 a cubic yard. We weren't paying those prices back in 1998. I went back and looked at some documents. That's what we were paying almost 20 years ago for compacted earth fill. Construction's cheap right now. It's an opportunity to get a lot of work done cheaper. Again, this is not a panacea. It's not something that we should wholesale overturn and do, but the fact is we're statutory limited. And my discussion with Harry, and you can chime in on this, we've had at least one project sponsor asked to use one of these alternative methods. And again, getting back to the reason why it's not being used in Wyoming. One is the statutory limitation on how much. The other is there's been a reluctance of the agencies to use these procedures. And Harry, our conversation, you've told me, and correct me if I'm wrong, that you've had at least one sponsor want to do this, and the answer was no. Is that correct?
Chairman, Senator Hicks, that's correct.
So the reasons it's not being used is a self-imposed limitation. So nationwide, what we see with design build, again, based on the research that was done by Penn State University, in the last 4 years, or the last 15 years, it's gone up almost 15%. It now accounts for 40% of all non-residential construction in the United States. So I guess what I'm trying to portray here is we have a tool in the toolbox that's already statutory authorized. Now, it actually handicaps water development program with the $500,000 limitation. That's something that we can address statutorily. This is wise business in an environment with shrinking budgets to maximize those revenue expenses, and where design build might be appropriate, that we allow that tool in the toolbox. And that's the only reason I think that this discussion is worth having. So let's go back to an earlier discussion we had with the Manderson tank. Here's a classic example where design build may have been the most appropriate mechanism, because it could have been delivered 33% faster. Based on the research that's done, it may have come in actually cheaper, not more expensive. That's undeterminable because we don't know. It's hypothetical, but I'm just telling you what the research says is, on average, they're actually cheaper, not more expensive. Now, if somebody's got other data out there, I can supply you the article from Penn State University where they looked at this. That's their conclusions. But again, my intent, and I think with the Management Council assigning this topic, is we have statutory authority to use these programs. Let's just put them in the toolbox. Let's do maybe a few pilot projects with the Water Development Program based on recommendations of staff and the director that these might be eligible ones. So here's one of the things that didn't show up on the slide. And I talked to a couple of firms that have done business with water development for decades. And they said in certain cases, this would be extremely beneficial. And let me explain why they said that. They said, and firms that have done a lot of municipal projects, they said there are certain contractors that they've worked with over the years that just do an outstanding job, that they're very comfortable working with. They can get the work done in a hurry. This would afford them the opportunity, or change that relationship. A contractor that has worked extensively with an engineering firm that has a high degree of confidence that they do understand what it takes to run a backhoe, the opportunity to put a team together. So you've got an engineer and a construction firm that want to work together to come in and deliver a project on time and under cost. Right now, we don't afford that opportunity to happen. And the only thing I think that we need to look at is, let's put the tool in the toolbox. Allow that on case-by-case scenario, maybe look at a couple of pilot projects and see if there's merits to how we can utilize that in the water development program. I think it was the intent, at least with Management Council and looking at different reforms and different options for the program, is to throw that out there. At this point in time, it would be strictly a commission action. It's something that, again, back to our earlier discussion at our last meeting, we invite and we want full participation from the commission on this and to get your feedback and input. But that's where the legislature is coming from. It's statutorily authorized. Let's figure out how to use it where it's appropriate and timely, and see if we can do a better job. And that's the only reason that this subject's on there. I think it's a great presentation, but I do think that we need to continue this discussion. I don't think this is something we have to run and jump into today. I know we've got other people that want to speak to this issue, pro and con, but let's do work forward and see if we can make this thing work. So anyway, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair, I only have one comment, because I'm familiar with all of these alternative methods with public institutions over the years. The one thing you have to be careful of is you look statewide. Let's say you're going to do design build and the local contractors in that area haven't done it. And so you get an out-of-state company coming in, which is fine. A lot of times their prices are based on bringing in their own subcontractors, and what happens at the next sponsor regularly scheduled meeting is a lot of unhappy local subs in the audience, and a violation of the statute, which only allows 20% of subcontractors on a public works project. So as you go to these, and if a sponsor wants to use these, you got to be real careful in the pre-bid meetings, the pre-construction meetings, to remind everybody, but particularly the out-of-state contractors, that there's some rules on using out-of-state subs, and they will attempt to do that. I'm not saying that as a blanket, but my concern is for areas of the state that don't have local contractors used to that particular alternative method. You want to be careful of that.
Mr. Chairman, as we were Brian was working on his presentation, I thought it would be important to hear maybe from the owner's perspective. And I asked a former colleague of mine, we met years and years ago when we were both working in the architectural engineering consulting business. But Mike Upchurch, our careers went different ways. Mike spent 25 years with the Weld County School District, and they went through a dramatic growth in terms of square footage in schools, and did involve design build in their program. And I'd like you to listen to his comments with regards to design build and his experiences with that. So Mike, you might come up.
As Harry mentioned, I spent 25 years with the Weld County School District 6. And at the time I retired, we had 40 buildings that our department maintained. And we did go through different periods of growth spurts where we had bond issues and had to put up buildings. I'm going to talk about one building back in 1996. We needed to remodel two existing high schools that were each about 1,500 student high schools. One was the original high school for the town. So there was a lot of sentimental issues with that building. But essentially we needed to alter and expand and grow these two existing. And then we needed a third high school. And that third high school, we selected to use design build basically because we had to have that building occupied in August of '99. The bond issue was November '96. And so we had a really tight window to build that. We passed the bond for $62.5 million. And the high school that we were intending to build was about 200,000 square feet for 1,500 students. And it had to be done by August of '99 because we had to move an existing high school into this new building, go remodel that. And in the meantime, we had basically two high schools in one building. So when we got done with the old building and remodeled it, we moved them back. But we had no choice but to have this thing done. And as it turned out, it was about 24 months from the time we started design, conceptual design, to where we had a finished building and we were moving in. We normally, as a process, used design, build on everything. We had never done this delivery. So we had kind of a different system. We sought out an architect and engineers, and we started doing conceptual design with them. Then we went out and RFP'd for contractors that would work under this kind of a system of design build. So we gave them our conceptual drawings and specifications, and they started estimating. And basically this was all to come up with our guaranteed maximum price. So The architects and engineers continued working to about 25% or so. And we took in the contractor's prices, which was naturally over our budget. So we had to identify alternates that we could add in if we ended up with the money or do without. So we ended up negotiating a guaranteed maximum price, and we knew, because the contractor was risking, his numbers were higher than what we expected, because our dollars per square foot were higher than anything we'd ever built at that time. But it ended up working fine. We got the guaranteed maximum price. We started doing construction, and we built the building and occupied. We opened it up in time and occupied, and everybody went away happy. In reviewing, our team reviewed how this all went, and so we added it as a tool into our box as well. But we did decide that we paid roughly 8% higher building this way than if we would have done our conventional methods that we usually did. But the issue was we didn't have the time. And so from our point of view, we would pull that tool out when we had this limited time on future projects. But it does work, but I understand that Penn State said everybody saves money with that, but we truly didn't in the way we did it. But the building turned out well. Everybody was happy. Most of the alternates ended up being added back in. So we ended up with a good building that we could maintain for the next 50 to 60 years. And I'd be happy to take any questions or answer any.
Just quick question. Have you guys used since 1999, used the design build process again? You said you still have it in your toolbox.
No, as far as I know, they have not. I left in 2007, retired in 2007, and up to that point, we had not used it again. But our view was strictly a compressed schedule was what forced us to do that. We feel that we got better pricing, better costs when there was competition. So we avoided it, but if we ever would have gotten into that scenario again where we had a compressed schedule, oh, you can bet we'd be doing this again. I mean, we learned a lot doing the process, but our structure was different than what yours. We brought in the architect, had a contract with them and the engineers, and then we also, developed a contract then with the contractor. So it was a different scenario than what. And it was the first. There were four of us that managed the non-educational stuff, and this was new to us. So we tried it. We ended up successful, but when we reviewed everything, the cost per square foot was definitely higher on this, and we had perfect weather for that 15 months. We only had heavy snow one time. Steel and all the products showed up on time. So it's like the angels were up there helping us because everything fell together just perfectly. So everybody was happy. And we actually did two bond issues. The second one was $60.5 million, and that was in 2001. And basically we did remodels on most of the middle schools, But we just never hit the condition where we needed to do the design build again. But I would not avoid it, but I would pick when I used it. And usually, from our point of view, it was a compressed schedule that caused it to happen.
Just a question that we had a school up in Natrona County that we went in, which was the legacy school, and went through and replaced everything on it. That thing cost us, I think, what, over 300 million, guys? Or is that the whole project between Natrona and Kelly Walsh?
That's the whole thing, I
project,
think.
yeah. But about 150 million. You guys got yours done for about
27.5 million for
yeah.
200,000 square foot, 1,500 student building.
Yeah.
We had a theater, a competition gymnasium. The theater spaces and the art spaces were really high trim. Costs us a lot more. We didn't have a pool. That was the only thing. And we built practice fields for softball and hardball. Built a stadium. This wasn't in the 27 million. That was additional 20 million I think we spent. We built a stadium for football, a stadium for soccer. Both of them were lit on this 100-acre site that we purchased. The second bond issue, we ended up building another middle school on that site.
It costs us a lot more here, but if you want to know, just in passing, I met a guy from Texas where they spent 85 million just on their football stadium down there.
Must have been some gold leaf involved with that.
Yeah, it's Friday Night Lights or whatever.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Evans.
Mr. Upchurch, on the guaranteed maximum price, did you allow the contractor to simply choose the subcontractors, or did you have him choose them through the school district bid process?
We let them choose their subcontractors. We had, though, having 40 buildings, I don't want to have 40 sets of different locks and different hardware. And so we had things that we standardized that we had to have. We typically don't like drywall in buildings because it gets so beat up. So we use masonry walls throughout the building. We let them pick their own subs, but we held them during the shop drawings phase to use the products that we standardized throughout the district with.
On larger water projects, probably not on smaller ones, if the subs used by the contractor for design build go through some kind of bid process, you may save money that way.
More questions, comments? Harry?
Mr. Chairman, as you know, a lot of our projects are pipeline projects. We have some tank projects are typical. There is a category of projects, at least in terms of listening to Brian and Mike, you know, it's used, I think, more so in building applications. And again, the timing need, you know, occupying a building sooner rather than later has advantages. So there is a group of projects that water development does get involved in occasionally, and that is water treatment plants. And that I think these alternative methods may lend themselves very nicely to. It's not something that we fund through the water development program, water account 1 or 2. Those are generally loan packages offered to communities, permanent mineral trust loans, and we've 3 or 4 over the years where we have managed those projects. So I think, again, I think there's some application there with regards to that type of project. So at this point, you know, I'd ask if there is some direction from the commission you might want to offer staff here, or really, I think the proposal was brought by Senator Hicks, and this may be, I guess, information for you.
Senator, Commissioner Zucker.
Anyway, I wanted to, and this is probably not on the same shelf as what we're talking about, but let me give you an example of 2 things. I guess are 35,000 maximum. and if this project would qualify. The town of Pine Haven lost their pump last January, went in, done an emergency grant, and got $135,000. Hired an engineer. The engineer put some costs together with the grant. It had to be supplied with the grant. So then our next step is, now this is an emergency. We got to loan our pump, put it in the hole, and we were running. That pump quit, so we put another one in because that was a used pump that we got. It was actually, the pump was used to well test at one time. So we're losing the second one. 7 months later, by the time we get our DEQ, and we're still, and our pump now is dwindling in numbers. In other words, it's taking longer to fill our tank per cycle. And we still have to bid that project out. It's $135,000 with what the emergency grant was. And we're still 2 months away from getting that accomplished. Now, this is an emergency grant, specifically for emergency purposes. So I think, well, maybe we can get this negotiated for a lesser price. And we looked at it. I called the Attorney General's office and they said, no, you have to. It says you could apply for it. It'd take maybe 2 months to get an approval. But that's an emergency side of what we're dealing with our state today. So we could lose another pump and still cost another $3,000 or $4,000 for another temporary if there's one available. But that's a process that's going to take us 8 months on an emergency situation. That's what I want to say. Now, does it coincide to what we're doing? Is there an area here that we can get over the 35,000 and allow that to happen, to get it negotiated if it's less than the grant? Is there a tool here, what we're talking about, to allow that? In the presentation, as far as the design construction, and get away from the 35,000 minimum or maximum allowable dollars spent for the bidding process. But anyway, I know it's off the shelf, but that's where we're at today. So every day we wake up and make sure that our water wells run. We probably, in the summertime, we got about 4 days of, and that's if we let everybody know, we got 4 days of usable water that we can get off of that if the tank's full. So, but anyway, I just wanted to, and maybe something can be done there somehow. Have you? Okay. Then I'm through. I want to hear.
Any more comments, questions?
So, Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Buffon.
is this, if we want to consider trying this on some kind of a pilot project or selection process, do we have to change our operating criteria to allow us to do this? Or can we just say, go forth and try this and have the construction managers ever dealt with this kind of thing? I guess I don't know what we do next.
I'll just give you my take without legal consultation from the AGs or the LSO office. You already have statutory authority to do this. It's in statutes already that you can do this. Now, the limitation is the $500,000 cap. So at least initially, right now, as I understand it, it's a policy of the Water Development Office not to allow this. So it's a policy issue, as I understand the situation as it exists today.
Mr. Chairman, I would agree with that. There's nothing in our criteria or rules that would prohibit that. It's just that the past director and myself in only one instance, when we look at it, we felt the better value can be achieved through the design, bid, build process. And I would also point out that the ultimate request or desire to do this originates with the sponsor. This is not something that we drive to say this project will be design build or this will be CMAR. It is the sponsor that contracts with the engineer or the contractor. And so that's really where the request would originate.
I'm just wondering, you know, we, on some of our irrigation deals, we do a materials only grant and they figure out how to put in the pipeline or the pump or anything. I'm wondering if we could look at that and kind of from the aspect of what our contractor over here said, that there's a lot of contractors out there that the sponsor might be able to, you know, get a hold of directly and say, well, we got to put a pipeline in from here to here, or we got to drop a pump down here. We'll go for a materials only grant, and you get rid of, you know, all of that time, all of the engineering specs. If they're simple, smaller projects that might fit into that. Are things ever materialize in the cities, towns, and counties or whatever the way that they do in irrigation areas?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Meyer, they typically do not. I've not really we've not had any requests that I'm aware of, and I guess I'll open it up to Brian and construction crew, where we've gotten requests from municipalities for a materials only grant. And I think maybe the difference is that municipalities or their utility groups tend to be busy through the whole year, whether that's water breaks, other types of things, whereas on an irrigation district, it's their ditch rider crew, basically, that when they're out of work at the end of the irrigation season, they convert them into a construction crew. So that's where I think irrigation districts do utilize that, but we've not seen it from municipalities.
Mr. Chairman, do you guys make the city towns aware that those type of grants are, you know, an option to them? Do they even know that that's an option to them? Because we've done it down this path, and we've always stayed right on this path, and everybody's always done it that way. That's what we've done. Do they even know that that option exists?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Meyer, I would suspect they don't, so we could certainly inform them that that is a different delivery method. And, you know, actually thinking about it, that is a design build process. The owner hires the engineer, and the owner is the construction or the contractor. So it is a form of that that is used. So we can certainly start at least letting municipalities know, or the smaller water districts for that matter. But they tend to not have crews like a municipality may.
But if they got a contractor, they could bring up and say, you know, we got a pipeline over here. Can you put it in? You know, it might be too simple, but I don't know.
Mr. Chairman, just a suggestion that for consideration is, and I think it's in line with what the discussion is just if the policy changes, because right now the policy is we only do the current bid, you know, bid construction type project versus design bid or construction manager at risk, that we just notify any of the sponsors, whether it's on the application or whatever. Probably the appropriate place would be to, on an application, check the box if you're seeking design build, construction manager at risk. But it gets to the point. We need to notify the sponsors out there that there's alternative methods if it becomes the policy of the office to do that. I'm just saying you got to notify, tell people that the program exists, that there's alternatives. Right now, as it exists, there hasn't been any alternatives. So it's just a notification process that this opportunity exists.
Is this the part of the agenda where we also discuss a lot of these small projects can't be done until there's the feasibility study? And at what point do we vote to say, there's already been a feasibility study done and we're good to go? Or this project's small enough that it doesn't need it. All we're doing is replacing the line that was already been there and it has worked perfectly, you know. At what point do we discuss having to not jump through that hoop and trying to save money there? There's so many of these projects that we could do that if we pushed aside the feasibility study and drastic overboard engineering, the project could be done. It would be done with just those costs. And they just don't cost that much money.
Well, I think we almost always do a feasibility study where we sometimes skip is more like level ones reconnaissance studies and things because we know what we're getting into. We know what we're trying to accomplish. The feasibility, I think, generally tends to be, and Harry, correct me if I'm wrong, but tends to be more, you know, what's this going to cost you? And most of those smaller projects like you're talking about, those entities need to know what this project's going to cost them to get done.
I see that part.
And because sometimes they find that they see that number and they say, whoa, wait a minute. No, can't afford to do this. So I think skipping that step might be a problem for a lot of those entities because they would get, you know, you'd start building and stuff and they find out they can't afford it and they're stuck now. So, Harry.
Oh, Mr. Chairman, I would say, Commission generally requires some form of planning. We have had sponsors come forward that have done their own planning outside, whether it's they hired a consultant to do their own master plan. But if the problem is well defined, then certainly if they want to move it to level 3 and we think it's appropriate, that can be considered certainly. But you know, a lot of these smaller entities in particular don't have planning behind them in terms of making the decisions, and that's where we like to see some level of planning at some point. One other point I would bring up, and I guess this is, Daniel, this may be something you may or may not be aware of, but I believe there's a statute that requires that public improvements plans and specs be prepared by a professional engineer in terms of public improvements, and anything that is built with regards to a water district or a municipality is considered a public improvement. It would require the involvement of an engineer, opposed to the approach of just hire a contractor and replace this line. And I think from the commission's perspective, you would want to see engineering involved with any of the projects that we do.
Mr. Chairman, and you would also have to have that engineered by DEQ standards, I'm sure.
They require a PE stamp in order to get that permit to construct. Good point, Commissioner.
Any more questions? Comments? Daniel?
Mr. Chairman, I would point out that the operating criteria do contemplate public bidding for level 3 construction projects right now. So if you do want to go forward, I mean, that can be changed. But one of the things that's required after funding is that you do prepare bidding documents. And so that might be something you might consider adjusting if you do want to do design build.
Mr. Chairman, quick question on that. Given that public bidding requirement, Harry, how are we getting around that with the materials only grants? How are we addressing that? They're bidding the materials, so that qualifies?
The outside acquisition of services or materials in that case involves materials only, and those are being bid.
Satisfies the statute.
Mm-hmm.
Not necessarily the construction.
Right, at that
Installation of the infrastructure. So
at that point, they're using their own crew, own labor, own equipment, or they may lease equipment as the case may be.
Under this item, we do have a public comment. Is there any comment from the public on this topic?
You're the public.
I don't see anybody. So, okay, do we need to take an action on this, or do we want to take an action?
Mr. Chairman, it sounds to me like if we want to consider this, we do have to at least change something in the operating criteria. So I guess my recommendation would be that we, in addition to amending the operating criteria to include the change in dates that we all tentatively agreed to before, that we amend the operating criteria to allow this to occur and then put it all out for public comment again at the same time.
Is that a motion?
I guess that's a motion.
Seconded.
Mr. Chairman,
Senator here.
I didn't understand that it would require a criteria change. That's the bidding side, not the use of alternative contract construction methodologies. The bidding requires, if we change that, would require a statutory or a commission change, but just to utilize the existing construction methodologies already outlined in statute. That's a policy currently of the Water Development Office. It's not a criteria. That's the way I understand it. So I don't think you have to amend the criteria to do this.
Question to Daniel would be, is our language and the criteria now appropriate about that? Did we narrow the definition that we already have the authority to do and we don't need to do that?
Mr. Chairman, you are under statute permitted to use alternative design methods, including design build, CMAR, CMA. But the way I read our criteria, it's more they don't really contemplate design build. And so I think little tweaks, frankly, that would just make it clear that you can do design build. I think that would probably be appropriate.
Then, Mr. Chairman, my motion is to tweak the criteria to allow design build, and again, put it out for public comment. That'll also get the public to understand that, yes, this is an alternative that they can consider when they see it in the criteria. That's my motion.
It's just really just clarifying that we're doing what the statute already allows us to do.
Just a suggestion, Mr. Chairman, the statute allows you to do alternative management, which includes construction management at risk, design build, and the traditional methods. So the motion may want to be is just to utilize all those statutory authorities instead of just design build, because you've still limited.
I accept that amendment.
Yes.
Go ahead.
I'm not sure whether any of the motions entertained takes the bidding aspect in that you brought up, covers that, or the notification aspect that Senator Hicks brought up. I think it covers a lot of bases, but I don't think those two things were necessarily mentioned in the motion. So I'm wondering, am I right in that, or is there anything we need to tweak in those regards?
Mr. Chairman, I'm a little confused about the notification requirement.
Notification to the municipalities that these other avenues are available for funding and construction and design and build and all the other things be rather than a.
So Mr. Chairman, on the notification aspect, I'm not sure that's something that's required in the operating criteria. I think that.
Where would it be required?
I think that we can just kind of direct Harry to do that.
So, okay, so we're good there. Then in the bidding thing,
I think that, Mr. Chairman, I think the cleaner way to do this is just to make very clear that we are not locked in to design, bid, build, and that we're not limiting ourselves more than the statute allows. So I agree with.
All right, sounds good.
We don't need a motion to do that, right? It's moved by Commissioner Bud Fallon and seconded by Commissioner Lancaster that we open up our avenues to design, build, and all the other delivery methods for design and construction. Is there any discussion on the motion?
Question.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Okay, with that, it is slightly after noon. Do we want to break for lunch or do we want to power through? Do we want to take a break?
I prefer to power through, but I'm willing to be the minority.
That sounds like that's all I've heard, so we'll power through.
We can take a break though.
Yeah, we can take a break though. We're moving at the speed of a snail here. One item break.
Oh,
You're doing the right thing there.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Don't get her on your case.
Oh, I know.
Oh, man.
I know. I'm well aware, Jerry.
You're a pretty wise young man.
Okay, moving on to consideration and approval of repair and maintenance sinking funds for 2017 projects.
So, Mr. Chairman, this is a follow-up to our discussion from June, and where we were, you approved contracts for new level 3 projects, and specifically, the contract language is that you need to approve sinking funds. And so what we've done in the intervening time is Brian, I'll say, has standardized on some methodology with regards to taking a project and determining what is an appropriate sinking fund amount. And by sinking fund, I'm referring to an annual payment that would be made to a repair and maintenance account, with the thought that those funds can be used at some future date when the project needs to have a pump replaced or a water line should break, as the case may be. I don't want to belabor the methodology we're using, but Brian's memo is included that talks about the methodology, but we've identified really about 5 items. Storage tank maintenance and steel tanks required, that coating be replaced, sandblasted off and repainted in one circumstance, or joints resealed as the case may be. Well pump replacement, booster pump replacement, disinfection equipment replacement, and then skater replacement. And looked at anticipated lives of each of those facilities. So, and I'm looking at a worksheet that's included in your packet. So you take storage tanks with an estimated life of 20 years in terms of the coating, and then you use an inflation rate of 3% and a return on investment of 2%, and you put that into a formula, and it spits out how much money. Well, let me back up. That gives you the amount that you should be collecting every year, so that in 20 years you have enough dollars in place to replace the coating system on the tank or replace the pump should it fail. So that's the maintenance side. And then on the repair side, so everything else that's in a project. So we have pipeline projects. So what we're using there is we're taking the remaining costs, primarily pipelines, and taking 0.5% of that amount and saying that also should be set aside so that when the pipeline breaks, you have the money to either buy the materials, a new stick of joint and stainless steel clamps, or if you have to hire a contractor, if you're a smaller entity, that those funds are in place. And so Brian is what I will call a whiz with regards to spreadsheets. That was all put into spreadsheets then, and his staff went through for their particular projects, picked out the cost components and calculated that. And so what you have on my memo before you are each of the construction projects that were approved in June and the proposed annual payment to a sinking fund that entity should be making. And so, for example, Broken Wheel Ranch Water Supply Project 2017, we're proposing that they should be setting aside in their sinking fund $4,614 per year. And then the list goes on from there.
What's Opal get for $19 a year?
Opal, Mr. Chairman, Senator Opal, as you may recall, was doing some minor valve work, meter work in a couple of pump stations. So it's a very, very small project. Right. But when you run the math, it spits out that small amount.
They got forced in. They got forced into doing a level 1 study from the State Farm Loan Boards that didn't need. This came out of it. They went to a level 2 and they ended up with $19.
So, Mr. Chairman, then what staff has since done, once these numbers were generated, then staff has contacted the sponsors, said with regards to sinking funds, here are the amounts that we are proposing that you should annually set aside. And we have at this point no disagreement from the sponsor side. And so my recommendation to you is to approve these sinking fund amounts for repair and maintenance for the 2017 projects.
Also move.
Second.
Okay, moved by Commissioner Sucre and seconded by Commissioner Wagner that we approve the sinking funds. Any discussion on the motion?
I have a question.
Commissioner Bud Fallon?
So how long do they have to keep these sinking funds in place?
So, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Bud Fallon, I had a question posed from me by one of our sponsors. And that was the exact question: how long do they have to keep these sinking funds going? And my response back to them: for the life of the project. Now, that's not determined. Any different projects will have different lives, but as long as they're using that component, there is an expectation that they will continue to repair and maintain that unit going, or that component going forward. So that's the answer for the life of the project.
Mr. Chairman?
Senator Meyer first.
Harry, let's take Pine Haven and let's say that they've done some work on their pumps or wells or whatever, and the sinking fund is required, and then they decide to go to a system, and can they transfer that sinking fund to the new system? I would think that they could. Then that would be to the life of that project, and they just transfer it over.
Well, Mr. Chairman, Senator, in that scenario, they would, if they abandon the use of those wells, then there would no longer be a sinking fund required for those wells. Those dollars could certainly go back into another part of their utility fund that they may use to pay for other improvements, or they could discontinue it. I think that's up to the sponsor at that point. That goes back to the question, how long do you keep? At that point, they are no longer, they've abandoned that system. Likewise, if it's a pipeline and, let's say you get 50 years down the road and the breakage is such that we need to replace that pipeline, then you've got a new pipeline going in. Or if you build a pipeline that you eliminate the need for the facility we're talking about, that the life of that facility is then over, and it discontinues the need for a sinking fund.
I mean, it just frees it up, and that just goes into their general operating. There's no restrictions on it.
Or they could reduce water rates potentially, but that typically doesn't happen.
Or until the loan is paid off, correct? And I guess we would want to know, part of this is a loan and part of it's a grant. So you're going to require through your grant process that after the loan portion's paid, we still got to do the sinking fund?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Sucre, yes. And the concept is you've received state assistance to build this facility. We expect you to repair and maintain that through its useful life.
Mr. Chairman, and I'm glad that we got a schedule because we've got consistency, and that's a good thing. But I think some of the questions that are already raised pose some issues that haven't been well fleshed out with the concept yet. So let's take an example of diversion structure that may have a 50-year life expectancy on it. And it's a $500,000 diversion structure. We determine it's $5,000 a year. 20 years, there's no major maintenance or requirements. And all of a sudden, you've got $250,000 in an account, and you keep adding that. And you keep adding that to the point where all of a sudden, they can't tap into that money. We're just accumulating money in accounts. So one of the things that needs to be contemplated is we got to set a cap on how much is required. Is it on these? Or there, in other words, you could in perpetuity be putting money into account, and just saving money when it's actually more than the total operation of what the district takes. In other words, if you don't spend any money for major sinking fund for 20 years, you're just building up money. Why would that irrigation district be assessing themselves that money for the sinking fund when they've got $250,000 in an account? That's something that I think we need to address. So a couple other issues that I think we need to look at. Who authorizes the expenditures of those sinking funds? So once they establish the account, pursuant to the contract and the statutes, does that entity then determine when they can utilize those sinking funds for major maintenance, or do they have to come and get the permission of the commission to utilize those sinking funds, to utilize those funds? How does that operate? We've told them you have to save it, and this is the rate you're going to save it at. We haven't capped how much they're going to do that. How do they authorize it? Anyway, I've got some more, but if you could answer those.
Mr. Chairman, certainly the last question I can answer. It is the sponsor. It is the sponsor's fund. It is set up specifically for repair and maintenance. It is the sponsor that determines when they withdraw funds for needed improvements. There is no approval through this agency or anything like that. It is their repair and maintenance fund. And what we're trying to do is set up a system that they at least are setting aside money for future repair and maintenance. And I guess diversion structure, does it require repair and maintenance? Periodically, yes, depends on what it is. But as those funds grow larger, I think sponsor is then fortunate. They may not have used those funds, but that can change in any spring runoff that comes down and suddenly damages that structure. You then have a fund to repair that. But at this point, if you're fortunate and it goes on forever, that fund continues to grow. But it is the sponsor that determines what they're going to use those dollars for in terms of repair and maintenance.
Commissioner Geis.
The whole idea of a sinking fund is they don't have to come back down here and talk to us. They got the money to do whatever they need to do to replace whatever we put the money in to start with.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Hicks.
Kind of follow up, and I always think that's a good idea, but you could also do that, and I think we've already addressed that through criteria. You can't come back for funding if you haven't maintained your structure. You're not eligible. The other side is I think there's already some provisions in criteria that says you can't come back and fund the same project within a 15-year time period. That's already a safeguard that's in place to prevent what I'm going to call him Senator Geis because that's the only way I ever know him, is mentioned the sinking fund to be for. But the other side of the logistics of actually doing this is from the standpoint of the commission and the state, who monitors and what's the liability to a sponsor if they decide not to accrue the schedule? What's the penalty?
I think the penalty is that we don't fund them for another project.
So you've got the mechanism in place already.
Chairman?
Commissioner.
So does it say that in the operating criteria? I mean, I think if we're going to say you don't maintain your sinking fund, we're not going to fund you, which I'm actually all for. I think we have to say that in the operating criteria. I think we can't just have that as sort of a nice policy. And I don't think that any of this is spelled out carefully enough in the operating criteria that sponsors know what the deal is. Because I think I had the same question about the enforcement. So, so we say, you got to have a sinking fund. The guy's making all of his payments back to us on a loan for his loan. And they just say, screw you, we're not going to do the sinking fund. I don't know how we enforce that unless it's written somewhere in the criteria, or if we need a change in statute. I think we got to shore that up.
So, Mr. Chairman, the sinking fund requirement, it starts with the statute, but it is a contractual provision. They are required to put now this amount into a sinking fund. With regards to enforcement, I do not have personnel that are auditing the books of the various sponsors we funded. We don't have that capability currently. We're not doing that. So it's on an honor system. The criteria does say that if you're going to bring a project back, it has to, that's previously been funded by Water Development, it can't be less than 15 years of age. But so I'll use a circumstance. We've established a sinking fund criteria for pump replacement 20 years. What I think we're trying to prevent, as Commissioner Geis indicated, is on year 16, if the pump fails, expect an application from that sponsor to replace their pump. We would say, wait a minute, you were supposed to have a sinking fund in place to make these kinds of replacements, and the approach would be to deny that application. So, I mean, I think those controls are in place, but it is not fine-tuned to each specific set of facts. What's the age of this facility? Are we auditing this? I mean, none of that is really spelled out, but we do expect them to have an account established and to contribute dollars to that every year.
The reason we came up with the sinking fund is it happened right up there in Worland when that big line broke from the pump or the well out there by Hotville, and they came back down, and we did give them money to fix that one, but we told them, you create a sinking fund because you can't come down here every time and beg for money just because your line broke. That's why that got put in there, and that was put in by me.
Just Chairman, what if you used it all?
Well, Mr. Chairman, then, and Brian and I had some discussions about that. You know, what happens in 20 years when that pump fails and you've got money in the bank and you replace it, then I think a prudent sponsor would say, okay, that pump has a 20-year life. I better start putting more dollars away. And oh, by the way, it costs more the second time because of inflation. I need to adjust that sinking fund, and I need to keep putting money away because that's an asset that's integral to the system, and I have to maintain it. So, but there could be an occasion where they empty that account making their repairs. Then based on the approach we're taking is they need to put an annual amount, these amounts as stipulated, they need to put that aside. They would need to start building that fund back up at that point.
Still not eligible for any additional funds during that period. Is that correct?
If certainly, Mr. Chairman, if it's less than 15 years, we would say no. But even if it's more than 15 years, we would say, isn't pump maintenance part of maintaining a system? And just like the water break, when pipelines break, there's an expectation the sponsor is going to fix it because their users need that water and the system doesn't function without it.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Evans. But Harry, if you have a system that fails after 20 years and they faithfully put their dollar into the sinking fund, and they're going to expend the balance of the sinking fund to repair this break after 20 years. If they came to us and say it's going to be $100,000 more to replace this, or to do substantial maintenance, we'd like some assistance. Consider that assistance because they have put the money in the sinking fund, they've maintained it, they've expended it all. But at that point, you know, and it's partly our calculation, at that point, whatever they have to do at that point, some kind of major failure costs more. I'm assuming we would consider it because then they follow the rules, or am I wrong on that?
Well, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Evans, I would make the differentiation. And so I'll use the pump analogy again. That pump was put into a well that was probably drilled or assisted. The funding came from this program, so it's a component. So as long as that well is operating, we would expect that the sponsor would continue to replace that pump when it failed. It may fail in 15 years this time. It may fail in 25 next time, but we would expect that they're maintaining that system. If that overall system failed, the well failed, and the sponsor was required to drill another well, then most definitely we would offer assistance for that larger project. Like, same thing with water tanks. I mean, we would expect that they're going to maintain that tank, recoat it when it's needed. But if it gets to the point where the tank is, or the roof is collapsed and it's no longer salvageable, they're going to replace the tank. That's a project that we would offer assistance for.
Likewise, if that project failed after 18, 19 years, they had not maintained it, perhaps had not put money into the sinking fund, came to us for a replacement, we might say no.
Mr. Chairman, that would be part of the evaluation, and I think that's an appropriate consideration.
We have a motion and a second on the table. Is there any further discussion on the motion?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Bud Fallon.
I am not opposed to what we're doing here, but I'm looking back through our operating criteria, and I'm not finding hardly any discussion at all in the operating criteria of what we're talking about here. The only thing that I found is on applications for level 1, it says the following financial information has to be included, and all it says is an annual budget for operation, maintenance and replacement of the water system, and a description of past maintenance and replacement costs paid by the sponsor. I mean, it doesn't, I mean, trust me, I am all for doing these sinking funds, figuring out if we want to cap them or whatever it is we want to do to make it clear. But I think it has to be in the I think we need to put it in the operating criteria so these guys know when they're filling out their applications that this is part of the deal.
Mr. Chairman, we can certainly look at putting that kind of information in the criteria, but from a procedural standpoint, we have a statute that requires a sinking fund be established and be approved by the commission. And that statutory requirement then is transferred to the contract that you approved back in June. And those sponsors at that point are most definitely aware that they need a sinking fund. They need to be responsible for repair and maintenance. Can we add a paragraph to that, to the criteria, to offer that explanation? We certainly can, but I don't believe that it's necessary to say this is how our program operates. It's a statutory requirement.
What statute is it? I mean, I want to see how specific the statute is, because I think where some of the argument has come in the past is how much are you going to charge me for a sinking fund and how long is it? So is the statute that specific, or does the statute just say thou shalt have a sinking fund?
Mr. Chairman, it's not particularly specific. It says each sponsor shall establish a sinking fund for repair and maintenance of the project as deemed appropriate by the commission.
So I
we
mean,
could say 110%. That would cover what Mr. Evans is talking about.
Go to $21 for a pound?
21 bucks, 21 bucks for a pound.
Mr. Chairman, and I'm going to broaden this discussion so you know what we have to grapple with legislatures. Last year, for the last 2 years, there's been this thing called a Special District Task Force. And some of the information put out there that these special districts, who the #1 creator of special districts in the state of Wyoming is the Water Development Program. Because to be eligible, you have to be in any of the states. So you have to be a water sewer district. I can't tell you in the last 10 years, I'd be interested to see the number of people that form special districts to be able to participate in the program. So this program is creating a perception of a problem out here within the state of Wyoming that you have all these special districts. And one of the criticisms of special districts is they're hoarding money. Well, why are they hoarding money? Because we turn around and we promulgate statutes that said for perpetuity in the life of the project, you got to just continue to build the balance on this. Now, if you use it, you use it. I'm just telling you from my perception of working on the special districts and being on the corporation, this issue of special districts is not going away. And when I sit here and say, we're not capping how much these special districts have to keep in an O&M account, it then turns around and opens them up for a tremendous level of scrutiny. The scrutiny's fine. But criticism that you're just hoarding money. We literally had battles over this trying to deal with how much money these darn special districts, a lot of them created to be able to participate in this program, have on their balance sheet. So I'm just telling you, there's a bigger issue out here than just establishing a sinking fund, and it comes back to the establishment and the utilization of these programs. So they can't justify hardly to come back and say, we've got $250,000. I'm doing hypotheticals. Let's even do something smaller. $50,000 in a sinking fund that we have to maintain because of a project we did 25 or 30 years ago, when the whole budget for the special water and sewer district's about $5,000 a year. So then they get criticized for hoarding money, but we're making them do that because they participate in the programs. It's an issue that we're trying to grapple with. One of the things is we come back and say, well, it's the state of Wyoming that's making us do this. But I do think it's prudent at some point in time that we come up with a policy for this program to come back and say, look, nobody's going to argue a sinking fund's not a good idea. It's a great idea. But it needs to be a sinking fund. And we've done this. One of the special districts in my area had to establish one to be able to participate to purchase water out of High Savory. But that sinking fund has a cap on it. Once we get to a certain level of money, it's capped. It's whatever the cost of the replacement of a major valve might be or something like that. But to just run this in perpetuity past the time of the contract life that they have an entity with, I certainly think is prudent that we look at and say, what is that cap going to be? Is it going to be 50% of the replacement cost that then we cap that?
That would work.
Something has to be along those lines to deal, when we start to deal with these special districts and the amount of money, quote, that they're hoarding around the state of Wyoming.
Mr. Chairman. Senator Hicks is exactly right. That whole special district task force thing last year was disaster. And it was all based on these special districts have got all this money and it's a misuse of taxpayer fund. And I participated in those meetings on behalf of watershed improvement districts because of Middle Piney. And I kept saying, I mean, we don't have, Middle Piney doesn't have any money, but I kept saying, look, these districts are required by the state to keep these funds. And they'd say, well, where is it in the policy? Where is it in the operating criteria? How much are they supposed to keep? And I had to say, I don't know. We don't have policy. It's not in the operating criteria. I mean, it was, unless lightning strikes Cale Case and he figures out that special districts are not the enemy of the world, this is not going away. And I mean, I'm not even sure I care what the policy is, unless it's 110% of, you know, so the poor Middle Piney has to figure out how to raise $60 zillion. But I just think that because this plays into a much larger legislative picture, we need to have just some sort of policy on, you know, how much it's got to be. Does it end at the life of the contract? I mean, I think these proposed costs in this little worksheet, I mean, that really does look good to me. But if we put that out there so that when the state auditor comes back and is beaten on Middle Piney Watershed Improvement District about our budget and about our funds and about what the sinking fund is going to be, I got something to say, see, there's a reason we're doing this. We're not just making this stuff up.
One other observation, if I may, Mr. Chairman. Again, nobody's going to argue sinking funds are a great idea. We need to make sure they're doing that. But past the term of the contract, this becomes a paternalistic mandate from a state agency. And I really think that this is just a philosophical thing, government should not be dictating to a private entity. It's their livelihood, folks. If it's your water district, you're going to maintain it because you want water in your house. If it's your irrigation district, you're going to maintain these things. We're getting very paternalistic here that we're way smarter than the people that operate and make a living off these systems. This is their household water systems. This is their irrigation systems. To extend this past the time of a contract obligation, you have a fiduciary responsibility to make sure that entity fulfills those contractual obligations. Once you go past that and say, well, we're going to do it life of the project, even though it's been paid off for 20 years, that's paternalism from government. And it's just a philosophical thing, but I think it's something that certainly is contrary to, I think, the culture in Wyoming. It's just too much government looking over people's shoulder when it is inherently, absolutely in their best interest to maintain and operate those systems anyway. So the contract thing, absolutely. That time, I think, is really dangerous of just overreach and paternalism government telling every special district and irrigation district how to run their business. My thoughts, and I'm off my soapbox and I'll shut up. But thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'm completely missing the point here, but I guess part of me thinks when we're looking at these projects in a systemic way and with a sponsor, if they're coming in and asking for a grant, a loan, or a study, and we're probably talking about a repair, so we're really talking level 3 projects here.
Correct.
So, and they come in, they want a grant and loan, and we're looking at, I assume we're looking at some of their financial picture. You know, that's kind of part of the whole thing. And they're coming in and asking for, you know, a $5 million project, and you look and say, oh, but you've got $2 million in your account. Why can't they use that? Why does it have to be for whatever? I mean, why aren't we expecting these entities to use their sinking fund for whatever project they need to do going forward, whether that sinking fund was set up for this valve or whether it's for this? I mean, why don't we allow them to use that so that they're not, you know, what they get from the state is significantly less? Then they're starting back building up their sinking fund again. I mean, are we not allowed to do that? I guess does it have to be specific that if the sinking fund was for the valve and this money is for the valve and the valve is fine, but we've got 3 things over here that need repair, they can't use it for those 3 things?
So the statute does say repair and maintenance of the project, so it is specific to the project.
Yeah. They couldn't use the money.
They can't use the money.
Give it to Boy Scouts or anything.
Does that not, I mean, that doesn't make sense to me. Does it make sense to, I mean, if you're on the ground, does it make sense to you? So is that a statutory change that needs to happen then?
Yeah.
Pardon me? I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
I think you can, Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, I didn't recognize the chair. Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, I think that can be done through criteria as far as authorizing.
What Daniel just said, it's in statute that
Yeah.
it has to be for that project. So it's
I
on
mean,
you.
as far as adjusting the amount in the sinking fund to exceed the 2 million for
That, yeah, but to change it for, so that you can use it for other projects and things,
Right.
that would be.
That you can use it for
on
your
you.
system. You know, your system is holding, you know, if you've got, if you can buy 18 valves with your sinking fund, but you've got these other issues, why can't you use it for those other issues?
one of the ways in the, Mr. Chairman, in the real world that we grapple with this is the special districts and irrigation districts and conservancy districts. And something that it's worth the commission's time to look at is, so you do the sinking fund for the project, but here's what really happens. Gets to the example that you're talking about. And one of the things that I think that the commission may want to look at in the office is determine whether that entity has the ability to do special assessments. Because this is what happens when you're an irrigation district or conservancy district, or you're a watershed improvement district, or you're a sewer and water district. Those unexpected expenses that the sinking fund may not be eligible for. You can always do a special assessment, increase your assessment, raise your assessment. Most of the districts that I deal with, irrigation districts, can certainly go out there and say, look, you know, we've had a major break in the canal. We have to raise our assessment, you know, from $10 an acre foot to $20 an acre foot. But in some cases, you may be limited, but it would be good to know if the entity that's applying has the capacity to do special assessments to take care of those exigent circumstances. And that ought to be something that, again, we may want to look at in criteria or even in the applications and specify, yeah, we can change our assessment rate to address these exigent circumstances, because that's how we really operate. So, I mean, I've got special districts, conservancy districts that have notes and have loans and grants with the commission. And then we have something that breaks and you can't wait for the process to an application. They just go raise their assessment rate. And they can do that, and they have the statutory authority to do that. So that's the way they handle it. I don't know if all districts can do that, but it would be certainly good to know is within your state statutory requirements, can you do, how quickly can you respond to those, or can you do special assessments to take care of those exigent circumstances?
Yeah, I just had one question for Harry concerning the sinking fund. Is not that part of our level 2 and 3 study? It's probably estimated in there, but it's probably part of it, is it not?
Well, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Suker, as part of those studies, we are looking at the sponsor's budget. We are saying that, hey, if this project is built, you're going to you need to increase your rates for, if you're taking a loan to finance the loan piece, with regards to the sinking fund, yes, then there's an expectation that your rates will go up. And so we're trying to educate the sponsors through those studies.
That's what I'm telling you. It's in there.
Mm-hmm.
And the number is predetermined. I think it could be over a course of 20 years but at that point, I don't know where it goes, but that's what I think we have in our study on our level 3 or level 2.
Commissioner Glick.
When it says, like in a statute, that it's for the project, that sinking fund, so you can actually use it anywhere. And is that correct?
No, you can only use it for the project.
Statute says repair and maintenance of the specific project.
A one valve or whatever.
Mr. Chairman, I don't want to confuse the topic, but I believe in the contracts, we don't require a separate fund just for this project, or project A, and then a separate fund for project B. We allow them to commingle the funds with their repair and maintenance account. Most entities have a repair and maintenance account. What we want them to do is to put at least this much money into it, because it should give them the funds to repair or maintain our project.
After the life of the project on, on your memo, it's page 2 there, it says at the top, it says storage tank, 20 years, stuff like that. So these are the kind of limits. So after the 10 years or 15 years, then that money just
Wake me up.
is released to them for their O&M, or how does that work?
Well, Mr. Chairman, so let's talk the first one, storage tank, 20 years. Okay. The concept is you're putting so many dollars a year into the account so that in 20 years, you will be able to pay to sandblast the tank and recoat it. Okay. So that gives you a very well-preserved tank, solid tank that should have life beyond that. And the expectation is that you're going to maintain that tank beyond that. So you should start putting money away in that sinking fund so that 20 years beyond that, now we're in year 40, you have money to sandblast and recoat that tank. Instead of, if we cap these, or, the concern would be, okay, after I recoat it once, then I'm just going to let the tank rust out and I'll go to water development and ask for money for a new tank. The expectation is you're going to maintain these facilities through their life.
Okay. Chairman.
Senator Meyer.
Yeah. Harry, it seems like we probably ought to have a little more of a global look at the total system size and what the sinking fund for the whole system should be. And, you know, I think that it wouldn't hurt to approve these, but I think that we need to revisit this because I think there's a lot of good questions that were answered that necessarily, if I'm reading the statute right, I think you're applying it contrary to the statute because it limits it to that specific project, but you're allowing the commingling of funds. So I think I'm not against commingling of funds, so I think we might have a little bit of work to do on the statute. But I think that, that we're going to have to do a little work on the statute, but I think that we need to look at, if you've got, the questions that you brought up, yeah, it's the life of the tank is 20 years, but if you do a good job maintaining it, maybe you'll get 40 or 50 out of it, And then you have the inflation factor that you brought up that, yeah, that tank's not going to cost you that much. I look at some of these things here and I know my booster pumps always last a lot less than what my well pumps last. And so, some of these things might change. And you got something at 10 years, but we got a statute that says 15 years, but the replacement is in 10 years. So, there's some fine tuning that we need to do. I think we need to look at it again. But I guess I'd say the commission, they could probably go ahead and pass this out so people know what they need to start collecting. But we've got a little bit of work to do legislatively in concert with the commission and some good discussions to make sure that we're doing this right and to educate the Corporations Committee. So a letter to the Corporations Committee about this might help let them know about the special districts and all those things that from your perspective and bring it to a level that gives them a clearer understanding of it.
Okay. With that, is there any more discussion? We have a motion on the floor. Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign.
No.
Motion carried. Okay, moving on to the review of the Colorado MOA.
Chairman, the state engineer, Pat Carroll, is here along with Steve Wolf, who heads up their Interstate Streams Division. To talk about any questions with regards to their application for MOA funds that was approved in June. And I can vacate. That MOU?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission and Select Water. We understand there were some questions raised, I guess, at the June meeting about this particular request, and maybe the thing for us to do, we brought some supporting materials, but maybe I don't have a formal presentation. I'm here mainly and with Steve to answer questions that you may have had on that particular request.
Questions?
Mr. Chairman, I think I'm the one that raised the question, so let me see if I can't reiterate it. Is I remember the discussion at our last joint meeting. The application was presented for the purpose of determining in the advent that there was a curtailment of water use in the Upper Green Basin, that this would assist the state engineer's office in somehow determining where those curtailments would occur. My concern is curtailments would be based on prior appropriation and not consumptive use. As long as that consumptive use is within the limits of that irrigators, it is strictly focused on irrigated land in the Upper Green River Basin, as I remember the proposal. But my concern is this proposal isn't going to get us there, even if we know what consumptive use is, which we can do some estimates. I'm not sure we can do the actual calculations of that, but that's another issue. It's just, I don't see the connection between how to determine consumptive use off somebody's irrigated cropland and how that's going to be used in a curtailment, when curtailment would be based on prior appropriation. We're not going to shut off somebody with the territorial water right.
That's right.
Within the limits of, if they're taking within the limits of what they're entitled, just because they're 100% consumptively using that water right, versus somebody that's a junior that's may has a lower consumptive rate. So I'm trying to figure out how this is going to be used in an actual curtailment decision by the state engineer's office. And my recollection, that was the way it was presented to the commission and the select water committee.
Right. I'll leap on that. Thanks for the springboard, Senator Hicks, Chairman Hicks. First of all, the notion that it is only for this hopefully future never happen curtailment is not entirely correct. We started in 2006 with hardly any knowledge other than we kind of knew how many irrigated acres we had in that basin, but we didn't have a lot of knowledge of our irrigated water use. There were some rough estimates, but in the intervening years, Wyoming has done quite a bit to understand our consumptive use in the basin, simply because the best way to protect your use under a compact or decree is to measure it and know what it is. I'll get to the curtailment point in a moment, but the primary thing that this is doing, and we were working along these lines of beginning to use remote sensing to better assess our actual consumptive use from cropland, starting in about sometime shortly after 2006. Steve is primarily in charge of that. We today have a much better handle on our consumptive irrigation use of water than we did 10 years ago. And in some sense, we went from the least knowledgeable state in the upper basin to arguably the most knowledgeable. Now, what the work does is, by using remote sensing, and we're talking about Landsat imagery and some programs developed in Idaho that can use infrared technology to estimate crop consumptive use, handle on exactly how much water we're using under our apportionment. Now, to the extent that if we ever get to a curtailment exercise, and nobody wants that, we will have a much better ability, because the amount that you would face, and Senator Hicks is exactly right, the curtailment would occur under prior appropriation, but what the compact requires is that we would curtail in pro rata share to what our proportion of the upper basin total consumptive use was the prior year. To the extent that we get that number every year as close as we can, we are not going to be, and that number would be in acre feet that we would then have to go start with junior rights and maybe do some transfers to move water around. But I wouldn't want to curtail 10 acre feet more than necessary if we ever got to that point. That's why we're trying to understand this consumptive use of water on ag lands better. We also measure depletions from other sectors. We get reports from the industrial sector and the municipal sector. We make estimates of domestic use based on population. We make estimates of stock use, but ag use is our largest use by far, somewhere 80–85% of the use in the basin. It's also the least easily measured. You can't measure ag use with just a meter. So the work that Steve is proposing and that we wrote up for the MOA dollars was to get a one-time effort at, I think it was $200,000 for one more set of Landsat imagery that we formerly had in our budget to go do, but you've seen the state budgets, we've let some of that money that we had in this program go under budget cuts. So why not go through the MOA process and get that funded one more time? That's in essence what we're doing. You're right. If we ever got into, and I always have to preface this, that nobody wants to go into curtailment, but we have to prepare in the event that it ever does. And it would be on priority. But I want to know exactly how much is Wyoming's obligation. I don't want to have a plus or minus 20% estimate. And that's the real reason that we're doing this. We do a consumptive use report every year for our own knowledge. Goes to the Upper Colorado River Commission as well. The Bureau makes their own estimates. I think ours are more accurate, and I want to continue to make them accurate. So I think there were some other questions about why don't we include, for example, ditch losses or seepage at the tail end of fields, et cetera. We don't owe any curtailment or replacement or compliance for that water. Wyoming's obligation would be on beneficially consumptively used water. So we look at fields, we look at hay meadows, we look at row crops, and that is what goes into our beneficial consumptive use estimate. Another reason we're doing this is the entire upper basin 10 years ago, every state used a different method on how to calculate their depletions due to man's activities. Colorado and New Mexico used different versions of what was called Blaney-Criddle. Utah may have used, or New Mexico used inflow outflow. Wyoming really didn't have anything. So we had 4 states ostensibly going 4 different directions. So this knowledge and calculation of how much we're using for crop water is also being studied by the Upper Colorado River Commission, so that all 4 states are going to use a common procedure. That way, if we ever enter into a curtailment type exercise, we're not throwing rocks at each other and saying, no, you actually use more, or we used less, or whatever. We can all have agreement that our numbers are solid. So that's the real reason we're doing this. Like I said, the MOA dollars, if there are questions about that program, I'm happy to answer those as well. That's something that we instituted through an agreement about 7 years ago. And Wyoming has some funding available through reclamation to be able to put in this direction, so we can do it without any cost to the state. And I would say also in that program, we are at the same time spending a lot of money on other water development projects in the state that qualify under the MOA for the use of those federal dollars. They come in, they are accounted under Wyoming's name. We've made use of them for most recently, some work at Eden Valley, I think on Big Sandy, quite a bit of money. Wyoming has accrued under its name so far somewhere in the neighborhood of $10 or $12 million. By the end of 2026, we would have accrued 24 million. So this request was for 200,000 out of that. Total by the end of the program, about 24 million. It has been, the one thing about that program is you have to put in projects that somehow relate to federal reservoirs or the federal projects. So we end up focusing at Big Sandy, in the Lyman project, which is State Line Dam and Meeks Cabin, for example, Seed Skiddy area. Those are the areas where if we come up with projects that this money can go. The money itself never comes to Wyoming. We just propose projects. If they fall under what reclamation can fund, then we get them with that money, and the state doesn't have to pay for them. So,
Senator Meyer.
Yeah, I'm curious. You know, I know I went through the Board of Control not too long ago about consumptive use and some water rights switches on that. And we had to determine the consumptive use. How different is what using to what the compact is using as far as accuracy or percentages? What's the variance in those 2 different methodologies?
The Board of Control typically, and what Senator Meyer is talking about, is if we do a change in use, for example, where you go from ag to municipal or miscellaneous or industrial. The biggest change of use I can recall is going from ag to the Dave Johnston power plant. And what they do in that case is try and look at historic beneficial use through primarily, it depends on what the petitioner may bring in terms of their own diversion records, et cetera. But we would look at a University of Wyoming study that just has inches of either crop irrigation requirement or total consumptive use. And that is where we start. And then those numbers are essentially refined by looking at, have you been able to irrigate it all the time? Are you getting all the field? And the board ultimately comes to a decision with those numbers on how much water is available. Now, if we had the metric or Landsat data on those fields for a period of time, we might be able to use them. But we don't have this type of Landsat or remote sensing capability polished up the way we're working on it in the green statewide yet.
just what I'm trying to look at is the baseline. So the Landsat, you would calibrate that to the historical use and in the University of Wyoming calibrations, because you've got an alpha field, and the University of Wyoming says it uses this many acre feet, and Landsat gives you so much infrared reflection or whatever scale that is. And then those two, in a perfect world, would they be the same, or does Landsat actually get a better determination from versus what we do on the ground now?
Mr. Chairman, Senator DeMar, the way we use the Landsat is we actually run an instrument on the ground called an eddy covariance tower that measures exactly what ET is at one point. So then when we do our Landsat imagery, we can calibrate that imagery to a known point on the ground. So eventually, and this is why we want to continue to sort of refine and retune it, we get better estimates using Landsat imagery.
But, Mr. Chairman, that is calibrated to just an evaporation, not a crop evaporation, just an evaporation. Is that right?
It's an ET value at a certain point on the ground that's set in a field. Okay, so what the crop type is, what the soil type is, really doesn't matter, because we're measuring evapotranspiration from that field exactly.
Let me
coming off of the ground and off of, so you're actually consumptive use on evaporation on free water laying on the ground is being measured, and that's considered consumptive use.
Given that it's in an irrigated field, man-induced irrigation, that's what we're shooting for. Yeah, we're measuring all of that coming off the ground. We also, when rainfall precipitation hits a field, we have weather stations around the Green River Basin. So we have estimates of precip, and we basically back that precipitation out. That is not counted against our consumptive use, because that's more of a natural water supply.
Yeah, we don't get charged for rain, just what we divert.
Senator Hicks.
Mr. Chairman, Pat, in your discussion, I want to make sure that you've interjected three concepts and you're using them as synonyms. They're the same thing. So we have crop water consumption, is which we're actually measuring, and then we've got consumptive use, and then we have total consumptive use, and each one of those has its own technical. So in light of the compact, the Colorado River Compact, it uses the terminology consumptive use. Are we equating, which if you can sell this to the compact guys, I'm great. Are we equating crop water use to consumptive use? Because there is a difference. And it gets back to, as you described with the Board of Control, historic diversion records. And some of my earlier concerns is within the constricts of the compact, the way I read it, consumptive use means is how much you're taking out of the system. And I guess I got a bunch of friends with Trout Unlimited would say that's a consumptive use once you divert it out of the river. And it doesn't show back up as a consumptive use, even though that will not, a certain percentage of that due to conveyance losses, deep seepage, and these other things does not show up in the crop water use. So are we using crop water use synonymous with consumptive use as it pertains to the compact?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Hicks, you're right. We throw a lot of different terms around and probably incorrectly at times. Obviously, relative to the compact, the value, the numbers we want is the crop irrigation requirement, the CRR from a given field. And you're right. We can measure the total consumptive use off that field. And that's why we try and measure precip and back that precipitation out of there. That gives us the CIR. That's the important number.
I would also say I think the wording in the compact is beneficial consumptive use. Sure, I think we lose water down ditches. I think we lose water at the tails of fields. We also lose water to phreatophytes in the creeks. But what I think is best for Wyoming, and I don't think the other compact, certainly the other upper basin states will argue with this, and that is when we look at a field of alfalfa that is the beneficial consumptive use for which Wyoming gets charged against our compact apportionment. A lot of ditch losses end up as shallow groundwater, and over time will flow back to the creek. They're not lost forever necessarily. There probably is some coincident loss to phreatophytes along ditches. And yet, much like what we did in the North Platte, I don't know if you recall, but Senator Geismite, he was around back in the early 2000s when we started working on making the settlement work. The definition under that particular modified decree was then became intentionally irrigated acres. So you didn't have to count against your irrigated acreage cap a field of cattails at the bottom of a field. You didn't have to count cattails or willows growing along a ditch. You went to the borders of your alfalfa, the borders of your grass hay, the borders of your cornfield, and those are your intentionally irrigated acres. We're looking at doing something very similar in the Colorado. And part of the reason is when we determine what our beneficial consumptive use is off those lands, I want that number to be accurate, but I don't want to rope in 10% extra if it's not necessary. And if the other states aren't doing it, that then goes into the calculus of how much we owe if we ever do get to that curtailment year. I want the fields to be reflective of our use. And what we are apportioned is the man-made beneficial use. If there is some evaporation off of soil in between those corn crops, that's probably a necessary depletion that you have to withstand that to get water to the corn. So, but in terms of ditches or tailwater areas that aren't beneficially consuming the water, to the extent some of that below grade gets back to the creek, but we aren't, what we're looking for is the additional use of water caused by the diversion effects of man on the fields that are growing those crops.
Just one more follow-up. So the way I understood it, you were applying to acquire the Landstat imaging specifically for those BOR acres, or are we doing this for the whole Upper Green River Basin? And if we are we then calculating these on those few places and then extrapolating that across the entire Green River Basin? It's going to be much different in Big Sandy than it is someplace up on Fremont Lake. So,
Mr. Chairman, Senator Hicks, what we get for when we pay for processed imagery is we get basically photographs with 90-meter rasters, little pixels in each of those photographs that has an ET value in that for the entire Upper Green River Basin. We know where our irrigated fields are. We have those polygons. So using GIS, we can go in and say this field or all these fields combined for the month of July or the entire growing season consumed this much water. Does that?
Yeah,
let me
Mr.
add,
Chairman,
can I add one thing to that?
Yeah.
We have weather stations throughout the basin,
that's
not just at Big Sandy. We have them. I want you know where they all are.
Well,
there's one on Dan's old ranch.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Senator Hicks. Yeah, we run 10 weather stations that give us the necessary data to calculate Penman-Monteiths across the basin or within reasonable distance of all the irrigated acreage. That Penman-Monteith gives us sort of a maximum. So that sort of gives us sort of a range to work within, a maximum ET from any of those fields. The eddy covariance tower we run gives us the actual at one point, and the Landsat and the weather stations to get a pretty good handle across the basin of what our consumptive use, our crop irrigation water is.
And if I could just put a bow on that, it's not just off lands within BOR projects that we're interested in. We want to know all the ag use, the consumptive use of that sector in the basin, because that is what is embodied in our apportionment. It just so happens that because we have some federal presence in the basin and they have a great interest, we have Fontenelle, we've got Big Sandy, we've got the Lyman project. These types of projects qualify because it helps them understand the use above and below their facilities as well. But we're not just on grounds that are within the federal projects. We want to improve our understanding from Cora to Flaming Gorge.
transfer use from agriculture to maybe municipal? Use the historical consumption use or consumptive use, or do you use the existing consumptive use to transfer?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Glick, when we do a transfer with the board, we use whatever data are available. And that usually is, we go back about the last 5 years, and we don't go strictly to diversion records, although we may look at them as active evidence that that ditch has been diverting. But the amount we look at is the size of the field, the history of the irrigation in that field. And we have, the board's work is really, I'd have to say, evolved over the years, because when I started, we didn't have Landsat imagery. We didn't have necessarily, I think in 2001 or 2, we started with the National Aerial Photography Program. Prior to that, I think the Water Development even paid for a set of infrared photos on a quad basis for the whole state that showed cropped lands. Now we get aerial photography about every other year, and a lot of it is infrared. So we can actually look and see if that whole field is getting water or only part of the field. And that goes into the calculus as to how much water can be transferred. The amount of water transferred is the consumptively beneficial used water, the irrigation applied water off that land, not the full crop use. To give you an example, I think consumptive irrigation requirement for alfalfa in this county is about 24 inches for a season. The consumptive use of alfalfa is probably over 30. So that additional 6 inches is being supplied by rainfall, by precipitation, but that is not water that can be transferred off that land. So we have to try and back that out. So we look strictly at the consumptive irrigation requirement of those lands. How many acres? Are they well watered for a period of years? And that is the math that goes into how much can be transferred. It really doesn't bear any resemblance or any mathematical relation to 1 to 70, which is what you get at the head gate under state permits. The tribal permits are a little different, of course.
Mr. Chairman, seeing as how he brought the black helicopter out, let me ask a question about that. The black helicopter here is through all these studies that determine what crop water use is you could actually start to potentially make the case that the 1 for 70 is an erroneous amount of water that ought to be allowed under state statutes. In other words, do we really need, that amount of water for irrigated crops? That's the
1 to 35 is about right.
Well, the point being is if you do all these calculations, you come up, and what you're going to find out is it's going to say, look, your crop water, your CIR, your crop water irrigation requirements is in many cases less than what our water law allows you to take. So does that not start to make the argument that we need to go back and readdress whether 1 CFS per 70 is appropriate? That's the black helicopter that's out there in my world. How do you want to answer that?
I don't know if I do. Until it changes in statute, permits that are issued will be at 1 to 74. Direct flow surface irrigated agriculture. It's the only place we have that duty. It does not apply to groundwater. It does not apply to municipal or industrial uses. So the question I would have is, what does that do? Does that work an injury against all the water rights that exist out there now? And I think if you look at 1 to 70 for a 5-month period, of course, but if you look at that, you'll find it is more water than the consumptive irrigation crop of a amount for a field of alfalfa. The issue is a lot of people don't get water for 5 months. They'll start getting it in May and June. You start to peter out around after the 4th of July. That's where storage, etc., comes in later in the year, where you have some storage above you, Middle Piney Reservoir, or Fontenelle, or so it's not a simple calculation. It is interesting to look in the old annals of the state engineer's office. The territorial engineer at the time, who became state engineer, 1 to 70 came from studies in the wheatland area using potatoes and I think maybe barley, which is really interesting. But it has been the law of the land for 120 years, and I think there would be some other effects if we were to go out and change it. It's why people want storage. I would also say that until you go into regulation, that's the only time that 1 to 70 really plays. If you're not in regulation and we operate under the free river system, you can divert whatever's at your head gate. And usually that's what happens in the spring in a lot of places. They fill a ditch and they run that water until the hydrograph starts to drop off, and then we either do or don't go into regulation, but you never get 1 to 70 for 5 months. It seems to be feast or famine. You get a flood in the spring and you may get regulated off in late July or August. So,
yeah. Does your consumptive use take into account spring runoff as the peak is starting earlier and earlier every year?
Not necessarily, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Glick. Again, the consumptive use analysis is not necessarily a function of hydrology or of your diverted amount. It's a function of your crop. We do want to know what the crop is. Alfalfa consumes more than, is it alfalfa, corn, native grass? How many acres? We will start our initial guidance is in a document from the university back about 1992. And then if there's any other refined information from the petitioner or in the transaction, we'll take that into account. And then, of course, we do look at the history of, has been getting water every year, every other year? Is it not water? You know, we get requests at times to do changes from lands that haven't been irrigated in 10 years. Those are tough.
More questions? Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Item is office update. Back to you, Harry.
Mr. Chairman, just a few things that have been going on since we last met. I thought I'd just update you quickly. Middle Piney Reservoir is a project that we're developing. Condition of that, a condition of it moving forward is a special use permit with the Forest Service. We waited a number of months this spring for that. We finally got their special use permit. It's been reviewed by Daniel, by Jason, and myself. What I will tell you is that there's some difficulties with regards to what's in there. We have some concerns. We've had a couple of meetings with Forest Service personnel. And at this point in time, that permit is not resolved. We're continuing to work on that, but we're having those discussions going forward. So not a lot to report there, but that project cannot start until there is a special use permit in place. And that permit will come back to you for approval once we feel it's in suitable form for your consideration. Secondly, Willwood Dam is a project that's been in the news this last year. Recall that there was a silt release from behind the dam while the construction, our funded construction, was taking place on that dam. That has spawned, I guess I'll say, a working group that involves DEQ, our office, Game and Fish is involved, the Bureau of Reclamation, and certainly the Willwood Irrigation District, looking at how we can prevent or resolve that issue into the future. It's taking a number of different fronts. One is kind of a longer term approach of where is all of this silt coming from. Some of it is from man-made activities, other irrigation districts upstream. Some of it is from Mother Nature itself. When it rains on some of those hills, and I'm looking to Jeanette, that there's significant sediment that comes off of the landscape into the system. Unfortunately, as it gets behind Willwood Dam in the summer months, where it's a quiescent zone or the water slows down, it settles out. And so there's a program, or at least an effort, DEQ will head this up, to look at what is the best management practice to try to limit the silt getting into that stream system. The other thing that's taking place in terms of a working group looking at what activities the district can take or DEQ can take is to look at revising the discharge standards below or from this reservoir. Currently, the DEQ standard on this facility is that the turbidity or in the water leaving the dam flowing downstream cannot be more than 10 NTUs of the turbidity entering the small reservoir upstream. That is very restrictive. And as a result, you know, the district is not able to release silt, lower the flow, let some of the silt get into the water, and then flush it downstream. That 10 NTUs is very small. And so they suddenly run into a DEQ violation. So just yesterday, that working committee agreed to approve a contract with the USGS to do a 3-year study loading in that system. So looking at sediment going in, looking at sediment leaving the facility, and setting up monitoring so that ultimately DEQ will have the information it needs to look at adjusting that 10 NTU standard. But that's going to take some time to build that case. And of course, their water quality rules are overseen by EPA. So whatever they do has to be justified because ultimately EPA can disapprove that and not allow it to go forward. The cooperator share of that study is $144,000. There is going to be funded by DEQ. There is still a question mark on where the funding for the last 2 years will come from. And so it's $144,000 spread over 3 years. It's not uniform, but DEQ is going to pick up the first year's cost. It was suggested that water development would participate in that cost. And we have an open grant to Willwood District for dam repairs or improvements. And my interpretation of the legislation for that project is that it does not extend to water quality studies that might lead to future DEQ discharge standards. So that's kind of the position that I have taken. And that grant will come up. You extended the grant through this last legislative session, but it will expire June 30 next year. And so that grant does have a time limit on it. On June 28th in Casper, I appeared before the Select Committee on Federal Natural Resources. And they had a rather broad topic they were looking at, and that is the Endangered Species Act. Talked about Senator Hicks is on that committee, but talked about wolves and grizzly bears. But I also provided them the presentation on the Platte River Recovery and Implementation Program, which is the same program that I provided to you in June at the workshop. July 11th, there was a public meeting in Saratoga on weather modification efforts for Sierra Madre and Medicine Bow Range. It was sparsely attended, but the purpose of the public hearing was to gather input on going forward with the operational program. And we're coming to some conclusions with regards to that study. There will be a formal presentation to you and recommendations at your November meeting on how we might go forward with weather mod in the Bighorns, the Laramie Range, and Sierra Madre and Medicine Bows. And of course, I think I've shared with you the past, we had applied for a special use permit with the Forest Service a year ago for ground-based generators. It was denied, or it was not accepted as an acceptable application. We refiled that in February of this year, and we've not really heard anything from the Forest Service with regards to advancing that. However, I will tell you that we are taking a serious look at the aircraft option in lieu of ground-based generators for that range. And so that'll be some of the information that we'll present to you in November. Then on July 13th, Andy and I attended, we were requested to attend the Management Audit Committee meetings. And the purpose of that meeting was it was the formal 2-year final report with regards to the public purpose investment study that was done. And for the newer members, water development was brought in because that study basically, it did a couple of things. It looked at financing of projects that had been made by the Permanent Mineral Trust. The whole purpose of the study was to look at optimizing the returns. Some of those loans have been managed by water development in the form of the water treatment plants that I had mentioned earlier today. Also, Gillette Madison received some of those funds early on in their projects. So that was an aspect. But then the report also raised questions as to the differences, the small water project program and the hydropower program for water development, and the corresponding small water project program and hydropower development that the Office of State Lands and Investment operates. And so water development took the lead. We prepared a white paper on each of those programs, comparing the differences between state lands and water development. We were there along with, I believe, the Business Council, the State Treasurer, and one other agency, it escapes me, that were all part of that study. The question was asked to the committee, do you have any questions for any of these agencies as we close out the PPI study? There were questions raised to the Treasurer's office, but there were no questions directed at water development at that meeting. And then lastly, I will tell you August 1st, so 2 days ago, Barry, myself, and Jenny Cedarly, we had been requested to do basically a TV review for Wyoming PBS on their Chronicles program. They wanted to do one program specifically on weather mods, so we met them up at one of the generators in the Wind River Range. It's a half-hour program. They shot about an hour of videotape, and that program is expected to air in November of this year. And as we get confirmation on when it might air, then we'll certainly share that with you. So that's my office update at this point. Any questions?
Questions for Harry on the office update? Okay. With that, I would like to go to an executive session.
Mr. Chairman, can I just
Karen.
ask a question or raise something? As when we took our first break today, Bobby Frank came up to me and asked why it is that our materials and notebooks aren't either sitting out on the table or attached to the agenda, so that if you got the public wanting to comment on something, they can actually see what we're talking about before. I mean, no offense, Barry, your presentation was great, but I imagine if you weren't following the little chart, there's not a chance you would have ever followed it. I do a lot with State Lands Office. You go to their meetings, they have a table of their materials. So is there any way that we could do that? I mean, not the confidential stuff, I get that, but could we maybe attach it to an agenda when you put the agendas on the website, or is that just something we don't do?
So, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Bud Fallon, we have, upon request, made available to members of the public or press the electronic notebook, but it's only been on request. If we are to provide the materials here, I think a meeting like this, yeah, there is not very much material, but then I think forward to the November meeting where we have the large notebook, the cost to provide those written materials to members of the public might be pretty extensive. So we've not done that in the past, principally, I think, because of cost.
Mr. Chairman, is there any way then we could note on like a draft agenda once it's posted, if you want the notebook, email me or something? I mean, I just think, I mean, I thought Bobby's comment to me today was very well taken. There, you just, you know, we wanted input on our proposed change in schedule, but it's really hard to follow it when you're sitting in the audience and you're just hearing all this for the first time and you don't get to see it on paper. And so I was just trying to, I mean, I think that is a very fair comment, and I was just trying to fix that.
That's a good point.
That problem.
I guess, I think you could probably, I mean, the agenda is on the website. Certainly we could put the electronic thing that Katie sends us on there and advise people at the start of the meeting or wherever that they could go to the site and look at those things and follow the presentation right through the agenda, I would guess.
Maybe we could just hand out a copy of the agenda and a copy of the Wyoming Water Development Commission staff advisors and Wyoming Water Development, or the for the senators and representatives, the select water. But maybe at the bottom of the agenda, we can have a website you can just go to, and you can get your ebook right there. That way, it won't be like three or four actual hard copies. And we do have I seen it around here somewhere. You have Wi-Fi and the address to get in. So if you got a phone or something, you should be able to look it up.
I mean, we can do that.
Any more comments, questions? I believe in order to go to executive session, we have to have a motion, correct? Okay. I would, before we make the motion, sorry, Larry.
Sure.
I would like to invite Harry, Daniel, and the management team, if that's okay with everybody, to our executive session, at least to start off with.
You're the head dog.
So.
Okay, I'll move that we go into
Okay.
executive session.
Okay, moved by Commissioner Suker and seconded by Commissioner Lancaster that we go
Chairman,
turn into.
Can you please give the reason for the executive session as well?
Oh, to discuss personnel. Is that okay with you to add that to your motion? Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I apologize. Just for everybody's information, item 11 on the agenda gives just future calendar events, the meeting in August and November, and we'll just make note of that so that when the executive session is over, you won't have additional business to discuss. That's been handled. So at the end of the executive session, the meeting is over. Okay.
All right. Moved and seconded. Any discussion on the motion?
Question.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Okay. Should we take a little quick break before we get into this?
We're kicking
everybody out.
Before they lock the door?
Yeah.
See what's going on.